ask if there are more questions, and then we'll ask Mr. Skagg if he has questions or input. Any other questions before we allow Mr. Skagg to have comment? Yes, Mark, Commissioner Garcia.
Can you tell me who owns the road, the Keckner Road? And
I
are they-
believe that's a Larimer County road.
And are they participating in this project?
I don't, is that, yes, they are.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Okay. Mr. Skagg, would you like to make some comment at this time?
I would. I appreciate the opportunity. As I said before, represent John Jensen and Jensen Investments LLC, the landowner, as has been presented to you. The process or procedural issues that we come before you to raise relate to the original notice of intent to acquire that was submitted to the landowner. It identified the uses for which, and I'm sorry, that was dated May 29th of 2019. That notice referenced the purposes for the take and the uses of the property being acquired to be limited to construction, maintenance, slopes, and a retaining wall related to the Keckner Road overpass. However, since 2019, there have been ongoing discussions, but it wasn't until April of this year, 2021, that my clients learned for the first time that to be limited, there were one of the purposes for which the property is going to be taken related to the Keckner Road overpass. I'm getting feedback. I don't know if you're hearing that as well. However, since 2019, there have been ongoing discussions, but it wasn't until April of this year, 2020. Are you all hearing that? Sort of
Yeah,
repeat of what
we're
I'm
getting
saying?
we're getting the feedback too. Please be patient with us for just a minute. We're still
Of
working
course.
on the technical stuff.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize for that. Give it another try.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically in May of 2019, a notice of intent to acquire was provided to my client, but it appeared the issues were related to perhaps the taking of some of the parking along the northern boundary of my client's property. But in April of this year, 2021, it became clear that CDOT had intentions and purposes for the acquisition beyond merely slope support and construction of the Keckner overpass, also drainage issues and to address various drainage matters. And there are two components of that drainage. The drainage way is being modified to run across my client's property. This is a new and revised drainage. The floodway is being located through my client's property. That is a new and different impact, and it enhances flows according to CDOT's modeling of approximately 979 CFS in a flood event. And as a consequence of the modification, that has substantial impacts to drainage. And this is something that was just learned a few months ago, and my client has had to investigate and determine these issues. And this information only recently became available, and my client was not invited to give a notice of any of the meetings with Larimer County with respect to those plans to modify the floodway to run across my client's property. And the second impact is that the highway is in fact at a different elevation than it had been ever reported to be or modeled to be. And all work and models related to this area have relied upon 1984 modeling that showed the highway elevation at 1.5 feet lower elevation. And my client constructed improvements on his property and complied with FEMA and Larimer County requirements to get a letter of map amendment to accomplish the construction of those structures. Now, with CDOT's efforts in remodeling or redoing the modeling, CDOT has concluded that in fact the road, Highway I-25, is 1.5 feet higher than what was reflected in the 1984 modeling, and CDOT has concluded that at least 10 inches of that increase in elevation is as a result of overlay projects by CDOT, for which there were no CLOMR or notifications to FEMA or Larimer County or placed in the record. And as a consequence of that, there's a 10-inch variance, and there's also another 10-inch variance. So the total is a 1.5 foot variance. And the problem that creates is that it modifies the base flood elevation on my client's property in a way that puts the structures back in the floodplain. My client, when it constructed these structures in 2006, backfilled and removed the property from and those structures where they're to be constructed out of the floodplain. But these modifications by CDOT and increase in elevation of the highway, which serves as effectively a dam precluding drainage, has resulted in my client's property being back into the floodplain. And that has substantial impacts. And this isn't just a valuation question. These are lifelong impacts to the property that can and should be avoided. We have learned through discussions with our own engineers, my client's hydrology engineers who were involved in the construction of his property, that there are measures or mitigation impacts that could be followed by CDOT that would render these impacts or would eliminate these impacts and mitigate them. And so it seems as though CDOT has a bit of the cart before the horse here, because these problems, which are not unrelated, the FEMA modeling and the impacts to the elevations and the BFE, the base flood elevation, is not unrelated to this project. It's directly related to this project. And the fact that CDOT did not, as it did these overlay projects and raise the elevation of the highway, did not report that and have that included within the existing modeling programs, leaves us, and the landowner has, and that's the letter that we provided to you, submitted an appeal with respect to the CHAMP modeling and the CLOMR modeling to FEMA in Larimer County. But
Okay,
the problem is
sir.
that, yes,
Okay, I'm just, in the interest of time here, I'm going to ask you to kind of wrap it in a few minutes, or 1 minute if you can, because I think it's very interesting. And I want you to get kind of your final comments to kind of wrap that up so that has an emphasis, if you would, please.
point taken. The basic thrust of what we're asking you to do is to table the authority to condemn, to allow CDOT and the parties to sit down and talk through potential alternatives to mitigate these impacts and eliminate them from the project. It's not just a valuation issue. And we believe that CDOT has responsibility here for that change in elevation and the impacts to my client's property, and would ask that we be given an opportunity to address those issues before any condemnation gets filed, because notwithstanding the fact that we can talk about these things afterwards, in terms of the actual construction and what is done in terms of modifying the drainage way to inundate my client's property, it's going to be too late. We can't unring that bell once the construction is underway.
That was a great wrap up. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for being here to present to us today. And we certainly take all your comments and the letter in consideration. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If I could respond to some of those comments, the notion that we've overlaid the road 1.5 feet is incorrect. Since 1984, the FIRM program, which is the flood insurance rate map program that's run by FEMA, has, at least in Colorado, altered the datum that they use for mapping. So there were, if memory serves, it's been a few years since I've looked at it. I think the old mapping was NGVD 1969 or some such. We now use, I think, a 1988 datum, and depending where you are in Colorado, those datums can vary by of the order of a foot or two. I know I've done some flood studies in Douglas County, and the old datum and the new datum were off by over a foot. So I think that's part of the issue. The other issue with the CHAMP model is it is based on new hydrology. It's not based on, it's based on the 2013 floods and that hydrology. With this construction, we are doing a LOMAR, and we are improving the flows underneath the interstate. We're channelizing the flow through this property, but we've worked with him on some geotextile and some revetments to try to armor that. So we are certainly willing to continue working, but we need to get this property under ownership so that we can get construction on Kechter Road. There's some disagreement on the LOMAR situation and the flood mapping, but that is not CDOT's problem. That's really independent of CDOT. It's a result of the 2013 floods.
Okay, are there any further questions from the commission? You might have a Mr. Harrelson. Heather, is there anything you wanted to, you look like you had something you'd like to say. Is there anything? Okay. Thank you very much. And this will be something that the commission will take under consideration. Ms. Brackey, anything? Okay, thank you very much. And we'll move on the agenda for right now, but this will be something that the commission will take under consideration.
Well, we have one more ownership, so.
Oh, yeah, you do. Go
Okay.
ahead. Sorry.
All right, so the next ownership is again right across I-25 on the east side of I-25. It's owned by CWH Properties LLC. It is currently under lease, I believe, as a gravel pit. The owners concerned with continued access to operate their recharge ponds that they use for groundwater recharge, I believe. Let Jennifer get caught up. We have, oh, do you want to see the picture again? Yes. There we go. So you can, there you, getting car sick. So there we go. So that you can see the pond there on it would be the south side of the parcel. That is a recharge pond that is that is used for water rights augmentation, I believe. And the remainder of the site is a gravel pit where they process aggregates for use in construction. Next slide. So CDOT did an appraisal of 98,700 in April, made an offer, have revised some fee parcels and talked about some of the mitigation costs to preserve access. We provided a written offer at the end of July of $240,000. I think we've reached a settlement, but we still have not closed. We're optimistic that we will close, but we need immediate possession so that we can get construction. But we have agreed on the price, and we're just waiting for the real estate process to continue. But we need the condemnation authorization to gain immediate possession.
Is there anyone that wants to speak on behalf of CWH Properties LLC? Haven't had any comment? Any questions for Mr. Harrelson? Mr. Adams?
Would you just explain the reason you increased your written offer? Was that the result of a negotiation process back and forth, or I mean, I'm just looking at an appraisal where we offered the appraised amount and then we're offering quite a bit more.
So the appraised amount would be just for we appraise the entire parcel, whatever it is, 30 acres. And then if we're only buying 1 acre, we would give them 1/30 of the appraised parcel. So they countered, well, this is a very important 1 acre because it provides access to my water augmentation ponds. And I need to move this road and that's going to cost me, whatever the difference is. So that's how that was settled.
Yes. Commissioner
Shouldn't the
Garcia.
resolution identify the price that we've countered versus the original amount?
I don't know that the resolution does, but because we're trying to get, the record will, if it does go to condemnation, the judge will see that we made an offer of the 240,000. The resolution is just authorizing us to file those papers. And then we gain immediate possession, and then it goes through the condemnation legal process, but we gain immediate possession so that we can build the bridge, and then the condemnation judge decides what price we pay.
Resolutions don't reflect the amounts. It just gives the authorization for condemnation. And this is all part of what we do as a commission. We don't authorize the exact amount. Any further questions on this matter? Anything else?
No, that's all.
Seeing no other hands going up. Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
take those under consideration. All right, let's move on to the next item, which is the budget workshop with Jeff Sunmeyer and Bethany Nichols. So we're here ready to go. Okay, we're ready for you.
All right, good afternoon. In today's workshop, I'll review the budget amendment and budget supplements that you'll be asked to approve tomorrow morning. Next slide, Jennifer. The budget amendment includes one item this month. That is a request to increase the maintenance MLOS budget by $6 million via a transfer from the Commission Contingency Fund to the MLOS program. The request is outlined in the budget amendment memo and further detailed in the memo from John Lorme. It's a two-part request, with $4 million of that request a general increase to the MLOS budget, and $2 million of that request related to a proposed new winter operations bonus program. The $4 million increase mirrors a similar increase we made at the beginning of last fiscal year for fiscal year 21, and is intended to bring the total MLOS budget up from the currently planned level of about $263.5 million to $267.5. In recent years, the asset management budget setting process that we go through has resulted in lower levels of maintenance funding, with planned amounts last year and in this current fiscal year in the low 260s. We've recognized that that level of funding is problematic, creates shortfalls during the course of the year. Last year, as a result, the commission made a similar supplemental allocation of $4 million to maintenance, and we're proposing that you do that again this year. We may not have to do that again next year because the planned amounts for MLOS beginning in fiscal year 23 are back up to a little bit of a higher level, closer to, I believe, 269 million over the next two fiscal years. I think I'll hand it over to John now for a moment so he can provide a little more context on the 4 million and explain the operations bonus program. And then I'll come back around to the two supplement items remaining on the slide.
There we go. Thanks, Jeff. I don't really have too much to add to the technical side, but speaking to it from a maintenance side, the $4 million that we're requesting will help offset our 3% pay raise that we got this year. We did have a total decrease in MLOS, as Jeff mentioned, but we've also incurred a lot of increases in expenditures. And the biggest one is our 3% pay raise that the governor and the legislature approved for us. So that obviously comes out of MLOS on the operating side and gets transferred over to the personal services side. So it's a pretty big hit. So a 3% pay raise across the board actually take about 4.1% out of operating. So it continues to lower our operating to our personal services. So this will help offset that. And for the entire maintenance force, a 3% pay raise is a little bit more than $3 million for everybody. So this is definitely will help us and bring us back up to that where we need to be. Any questions on that?
John, just how many employees are we talking about in the maintenance area that'll be impacted by the 4 million?
About 1,600, sir.
Thank you.
We do have quite a bit of vacancies, and I'll kind of run into that with the 2 million. So currently, right now, we're running about 220 TM1, our entry-level maintenance vacancies, out of approximately 900 positions in total. So it's a pretty big deal for us. Now, there's a number of reasons for that. Number one probably is it's a hard job. As you've seen from the Glenwood Canyon disaster, if you will, Mike and his team of maintenance folks out there have been working nonstop, and we've been shuttling people from all over the state. So for what we pay for an entry-level employee, it is a very difficult job. And there are many jobs out there that these guys and gals can get that's less physical and pays actually somewhat better. So, you know, there's not a lot of people that really want to be public servants either. So, because it's basically servitude, if you will. It's a hard job. Number two is they're on call extended period of time. There's many times where we've had issues at Eisenhower Tunnel or Hang Lakes Tunnel or throughout the state, whether it's a flood, a snow event, or whatever, and they're on call. And these guys and gals are home with their families, and the next thing you know, they get a call and they're forced to, or they're requested to come in, and they all do. So it's hard for families overall. Number three that I have on my list here, it's a hot market right now for CDL holders. So everybody that runs commercial freight is looking for drivers. It's an industry that has a high turnover rate, and freight market right now is paying twice as what it was paying just a couple of years ago. So salaries in the freight side of the house and the commercial motor vehicle side of the house are going through the roof. Just as an example, the average van of freight truck driver is getting about $1.60 a mile just a couple of years ago, and now they're getting $4 and $5 a mile. So it's a pretty big deal. And then also applying for a state job is kind of difficult, or it's perceived to be difficult. And our general our demographic of employee usually are not very pro-government friendly. They're usually just hardcore blue collar workers, and they think applying for a government job is a difficult process when actually, you know, much to DPA and HR department here at CDOT, we've made it absolutely easy is probably the best way to put it. So with those things, we've also are trying to address this shortage by a number of reasons. One is the snow bonus program that Jeff mentioned. What I'm trying to do here is snow removal is probably our bread and butter. And I know a lot of people think it's filling potholes or it's fixing guardrail, but to be honest with you, a lot of that stuff can be contracted out. But winter operations is our bread and butter. It's something that we cannot contract out. It's just too complicated. It's a large scale military operation when you have an entire state's worth of maintenance forces battling a blizzard. So taking a $2,000 bonus, end of season bonus is what I'm looking for. And for an employee that makes $3,200 a month, giving them a $2,000 end of season bonus, and it's based off of performance, is a pretty big deal. This will afford a CDOT family to be able to go on vacation, a nice vacation, or even buy the washer and dryer that they desperately need. And for our lowest paid workers, it's going to be a pretty big deal. We're also aggressively recruiting. So with HR, working with DPA and working with our regional teams, we're aggressively recruiting. We're holding career fairs. We just had a pretty successful career fair here in the Denver metro area where we got, I think the first one we had, we got 20 people hired on, which is a pretty big deal. We're advancing lesser qualified individuals through the HR process and linking them up, if you will, with the section superintendents and hiring them, if not as a TM1, as a trainee. And again, Region 3 has got a really good trainee program that we've mirrored throughout the rest of the state. We're also looking at increasing first year anniversary, if you will, pay from 5% to 10%. Now it's roughly 1 year, but as soon as they complete all their initial training and they become a fully qualified transportation maintenance worker one, instead of getting the traditional 5% yearly bonus, they'll get a 10% bonus. And again, that $4 million will help offset that. We're also developing new job classifications. Our tunnel systems are very complex, very touchy, if you will, pieces of infrastructure, and they require a lot of skills. So traditionally, we've had TM1s manning the tunnels, And we want to like change that and make a tunnel maintenance worker classification and pay them more for what they do. Because they all have to be volunteer firefighter qualified. They got to understand avalanche mitigation. So there's a lot of things that the traditional highway maintenance worker doesn't do that we ask our maintenance forces that are occupy the tunnels to do. And it is, again, a 365-day-a-year job. We're working on looking at adjusting our housing pay and how we look at how we pay individuals in high-cost housing areas. Right now, we have a two-tiered system of $500, $800. So working with HR and DPA, we're looking at adjusting that to pay a little bit more. And then we're also looking for a pro pay system where we pay individuals a stipend each month for special qualifications, like weed sprayer. Pretty toxic job. It's a hazardous job, and we ask our TM1s to do it. So we're looking at, once they become certified weed sprayers, that they would get a monthly stipend. Same thing for the tunnels, as I mentioned, or avalanche mitigation teams. Finding a TM1 that's howitzer qualified and master gunner qualified on top of that is a pretty big deal. So paying those a little bit more so they stay qualified or current is what we're looking at. But the immediate flash to bang, trying to get something right away, the bonus program is what we're looking at, because we're rolling into this winter coming up, and we're short about 225 or so vacants, and that's a pretty big deal for us. So, we'll be focusing on our interstates first and then advancing out to our secondary and tertiary roads. And we think by instituting this bonus, we're showing their TM1s, our lowest level, and our hardest working employees that we really care and appreciate what they do at the end of every season. And like I said, this will be all tied to performance. So they'll have to maintain a certain rating on their annual performance. They'll have to complete all their training, and they have to basically be at work, basically perfect attendance during that particular season. And then their superintendent will basically put them in for it, and we'll cut them a check, so to speak.
So you answered one of my questions. One of them I was going to ask you, how many employees you're down? You said around 200 and some. So in other words, what you're really trying to do is find a way to have more incentives to keep your maintenance workers on. I know, Commissioner, you have a question? He has a question?
Yeah, John, I really appreciate the amount of detail you went to try to retain people. Question on $2,000 bonus. Once they get the bonus at the end of the winter, is there a clause in there that guarantees that they'll come back to work? Or can they take the bonus and roll on us?
So there probably will be that set of individuals that stick it out to get their bonus, and they'll ditch the company, so to speak. But we think that a majority will stay. And we think we'll keep a majority, because one of the problems that we have in maintenance is, as we start getting to the warmer weather, we start getting through March, we get a lot of employees that are pretty much burnt out, and they're looking for easier work, if you will, or less time consuming when it comes to their family time. So they'll leave for a county, or they'll leave for a commercial company or some along those lines. So we're hoping that this will, every year they get stuck on this bonus, and we can come to you and say, hey, we want to do the bonus again this year and continue with this.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, a comment and a question. Have you considered
I see.
taking that bonus and breaking it up to a monthly payment to help with the retention question rather than a lump sum?
Yes, ma'am. I have worked with HR, and we talked about doing that, but we think it would be easier on us to basically offer one lump sum. And we think that we would get a longer pull out of people, meaning they'll stay longer and stay for that big carrot at the end of the season, if you will. So, and we also, I really want to tie it towards performance, meaning so they only get rated twice every 6 months, and we really want to have it at the end of that cycle. And currently our cycle is in April. So they get their end of year rating in April. They use about middle of April, and we want to basically be able to say, yes, you're a really good employee, or you're a good employee. You've done your job. We really appreciate it, and this is kind of your reward at the end of that time. So
Yes, so I think perhaps you misunderstood. I didn't mean that you would pay it in advance in a monthly going up to your qualification time, but after the fact. So April 2022, you've evaluated them and they get a monthly bonus for 12 months.
Oh, I
from
got you.
there.
Yes, ma'am. No, we hadn't looked at that, but I can talk to HR and find out.
Because that kind of helps with the retention
Sure.
question, and still they get the same amount of money. And if they want to save it for vacation, or if they want to spend it as they get it, that's their call. So, and my question was, Do you know how, what the state pays compares to what counties pay?
Yes, ma'am. Our HR director has a full breakdown, and we're probably in the bottom third for the metro area for our base pay comparatively to like DIA, Denver itself, Jeffco, and all the different counties around here. So some of the outreaching counties or the outlying counties, we actually pay better. And we have less turnover. Our biggest areas where we have the most turnover and the most vacancies is the metropolitan area, I-70 corridor, almost from end to end. The northern front range, like Loveland area, and then Gunnison, Fairplay, Silverton, some of the more expensive ski resort areas or the high mountain areas. But generally speaking, the rural farm areas out on the Eastern Plains, we have steady.
Up in the
And
northwest
yes,
where I am,
yep,
yeah.
yes, ma'am.
So it has to do with job opportunity locally.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adams?
I think you answered part of my question, which was related to your response to Commissioner Vasquez about where we are with respect to pay. And I guess what I was going to do is, one, I support fully the notion of the bonus plan. It sounds to me like the right way to go right now to kind of encourage people to stay. How you modify it to make sure you don't lose too many at the end, I guess leave that up to you. But I would also encourage CDOT to actually take a look at how we can become a leader in terms of pay for this category, because we've heard from people that the whole notion of finding qualified CDL drivers is a difficult thing in this climate. I would think we want to be in the top tier, given what we know our requirements are. And I would encourage us to look at not being even in the major metropolitan areas in the bottom third, but how do we consistently put ourselves in a position? And I know you got state pay issues to deal with and contend with, but really, if we could push harder on this category so that it's not a yearly repeatable problem where we're trying to find the qualified people, because the consequences of not having the talent is much greater than the few extra $1 million we might pay in getting ourselves in the top tier from a pay and classification standpoint.
Yes, sir. And talking to my boss, Shoshana, many a times, I think she would give everyone in maintenance, 100% raise right now. But we're, like you mentioned, we're kind of like hamstrung with DPA and what the state's guidance is. But we are a big fish in a big pond, so we should be able to put pressure on. And our HR director, I got to hats off to her. She really is pushing for this. So, but thank you, sir. I'll talk to her about it.
I think we're all involved in agreement. If we could pay these people a little bit more, we're all in agreement on it being the right thing to do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Shoshana?
I would just state the obvious that I very much support being creative and urgent about ways to get our maintenance workforce up to the pay grade they deserve. I mean, they work harder than basically anyone else in the organization and things that the rest of us couldn't go about our day to day without. So, I think there's a few different tacts, and probably there's a short, medium, and long term as we sort of think through the future of making sure that we have the type of talent that we need to have this part of our workforce thrive. But, I don't think we have a moment to waste on making sure that we appropriately compensate our maintenance workforce.
Yes, go ahead.
So I have a couple of questions. The first one is, can you confirm the percentage of the bonus pay that will go to TM1s? And then the second one is, I'm wondering in terms of the attrition rate and when that is happening. If we're losing employees in the middle of the season, I'm wondering if in future years we can plan about when that bonus pay is. And also thinking about non-monetary incentives.
partnering with Colorado Coalition of the Homeless, provide a place for safe homeless camping.
Waiting line for us to get to it. Because by the time we get to it, very often it's expanded to a very expensive cost. Whereas if we've been able to get into it early, it wouldn't have expanded. I just want to thank Paul and John Lermay and Kathy Young for working. We had some glitches, we had some back and forth, thought it was going to go away for a while. Really appreciate all of you working on this. And I'm so pleased that it's become a pilot program based on what we were able to do with Adams County. So thank you all very much.
Commissioner Hickey.
Thank you. I appreciate it too. Sounds like a great pilot project. I'm interested to know if you've had any requests from other MPOs around the state, like El Paso County, and whether you know if railroads contribute. We've got a lot of railroad property that are impacted and they should contribute.
You know, the lion's share of the problem is in Region 1. The other regions have an issue, but they've spent in the tens of thousands. We're spending in the hundreds of thousands. I think, John, when you were my Section 5 superintendent, we had one camp. I think it was 75,000 just for one camp cleanup. It's a very complicated, expensive process. I don't know about the railroad use.
I can spray it anyway. So we have worked with the railroad in the metro area. They will send out their law enforcement to come and evict people or push them out, but they will not do anything. They'll tell us, hey, this is your responsibility. Then they ask us to get a permit to work inside of their right of way, and then we clean it up. If it's adjacent to us, like if it's touching our property. So it is really kind of complicated and convoluted, but we are working with all of the front range DPW, the county DPWs, and sometimes we get counties that will clean up something for us and we do vice versa. Just got to get it done. And we are very, very, very conscious of not evicting people. We just try to get them help and move them along. And we see how looks at this as a safety aspect. We've had a lot of pedestrians that have been killed on the interstates in US 6 and usually homeless in the morning when they're transitioning from wherever they're sleeping to wherever they're going to panhandle or where they're going to spend the day. So for us, it's a safety issue in the counties as well. And we have had a lot of love with the county, but none with the railroad.
Commissioner Adams, did you have a question?
Well, first of all, it's such a big problem, and I'm kind of where Commissioner Stanton is on it. I just think that this is CDOT's property, but it is a bigger problem than CDOT because I'm sure we just chase them off and clean up what they have messed up until they have a chance within some cycle of how they return, and then they just come right back. And so it's a cycle that repeats itself. And unfortunately, until we can figure out kind of that broader group in society, we're going to continue to spend this. Maybe it's $1 million, maybe it's 500,000, Paul, but you know this as well as I do. Is that it's a never-ending problem. We just fix it temporarily. It's kind of like they stay in the hotel until the hotel wants to clean it up. Then they just move to another place, and then they just come right back over time. So it's just a cycle. So somehow we have to get City of Denver and other parties that share in the problem, and they take care of their piece of it when we chase them out. But eventually they come right back to us. But we have to just figure out jointly how to fix it.
And if I may, that's really the intent of the program, partner with the local agencies. So it's more a collaborative process. They come in with their law enforcement, their homeless advocates before the camp gets big. And then they'll actually do the cleanup, but we'll assist them if we need to do that as well.
Well, I think there are other outfits too that should be a part of this. I know that Volunteers of America does have some homeless shelter problems. There are other outfits too. Ultimately, these are mental health issues, as we all know. So somehow we have to come to grips, but it is kind of a sad reflection on our whole society that we actually do have the problem, but we do have it.
Okay, let's move this along. I'm already behind schedule, guys. Come on. Okay, Jeff.
And I can just wrap us up. The last slide in your packet just simply shows accounting of your program reserve and contingency balance. We're at about 56 million on contingency. We're proposing that the MLOS maintenance increase come out of that contingency balance, as well as the 10 million from Glenwood Canyon. That'll bring us to a balance of about 40 million. We currently have about 17 million in the program reserve, not including a potential reimbursement down the road. That'll bring us to a program reserve balance of about 16 million. So if there aren't any other questions, I'll be back tomorrow to request your approval of these actions via the budget amendment and the budget supplement.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. And let's just, if you've completed and everybody, any other questions, let's move on to the next item, which is the annual review of 703.
And I'm going to let Bethany cover this, but before I do, I'm going to say Rebecca and I have a little rivalry about the best PDs, and she referenced PD 14 this morning, touting it as the best PD, and it's a nice PD. I mean, it's nice, but I really think PD 703 is where it's at, and Bethany's gonna cover this one. Oh, sorry.
It's on, Jeff. Does it work better sideways like that? Is that? Yeah, we have a matrix in our PD. I don't know if you have a matrix, but no, I'm kidding. So I'm just going to give a short presentation. I'll try to go as quickly as I can, maybe catch us up a little bit. But this is basically the policy directive that provides guidance to staff on how to handle various financial transactions. So if you're ever questioning why you see a monthly budget amendment and a monthly supplement, and there's a cash memo in your packet, this is the PD that directs those types of activities. So the first few slides in the deck are an overview of PD 703, what it includes and what its purpose is. I know for those of you that have were here about a year ago, we did a series of 3 workshops. So this is probably old hat for you, but I wanted to be sure to take some time to orient the new commissioners and give a little bit of background as to what the PD includes. So just to give you that history, last summer we did come and do 3 kind of a deep dive, and it took 3 workshops because we completely revamped and restructured the policy. We addressed a lot of gaps. We made it a little more easier to navigate, maybe. Things like that. And at that time, we said that we would come back in a year and let you know how it went. If there were any issues we encountered, whether there's any gaps that remain, and then get any feedback you might have had over the year if you have had any issues with it. So that is why I'm here today to do that. So we can move to the next slide. Okay. So just to provide some background, it's basically structured to give us instruction on how we handle each type of transaction and what level of review has to be completed. So on the left, you can see the different categories that we cover. So it basically comes down to, initially we set the annual budget. And then once it's enacted, we make amendments to the budget. And then from those allocations, we set project budgets. And if there are changes in the dollar amounts between projects or within projects, those are project supplements. And then at the end of the year, we address any roll forwards. So that's kind of the chronological flow of sort of financial transactions that are covered in this PD. And then in that second column, you can see generally the thresholds that we've agreed upon. So the purpose of the policy is to kind of put it in black and white, what that balance is between risk and efficiency. We don't want to bring every single transaction we do to the commission because it's just not efficient. But we do want to bring things that, represent a higher substantial risk, or things that are high dollar amounts, or that have a high policy impact, things like that. So that's what this policy sets out to do. And this just gives you a look at what those dollar amounts and percent thresholds are. So the things that we bring you in the supplement and the amendment are dictated to us through the rules in this policy, and that's how you end up seeing what you see. So we can move to the next slide. This is just a chart that gives you an idea of how the policy is organized. So before I talk through this, let me just explain. There's two pieces to the policy. There's a narrative up front, and then there are appendices. So the narrative just sets forth like the background, the context, the principles behind the policy, and then the appendices are really like the meat and potatoes, I would say. Appendix A is just definitions, but B, C, and D and E correspond to these columns. So Appendix B covers project transactions, Appendix C covers annual budget transactions, and then we just sort of have a bucket of other transactions. And then we have an appendix that focuses on cash management and how we look at the balance in our cash funds. So you can see the different categories within each of those appendices. And, you know, collectively, the first three here, you know, project, budget, and other, we collectively call them the matrix because they're basically the reference sheets that we use the most, and they're quite complicated. You can see, you know, this is the matrix. These are the rows and columns that we use in my office every day to kind of determine what we bring to the commission, what we take to the executive management team, and then what level of decisions, you know, we make as staff. So on the far right, go ahead. I was just going to orient you a little bit. So on the far right in the green is what we would call like a low risk or low threshold. And that would be transactions initiated by the department that staff approve. The yellow would be in that moderate risk category and would require 2 signatures from executive management team. And then in the red category are thresholds that we set for bringing things to the commission to get a resolution on before we take action. Okay. And then the last appendix is around cash management. And so this really is what we use to look at managing the balance in our cash fund. It sets a threshold, a target threshold for us. You know, where if we're approaching that threshold, we'll want to be having discussions with the commission about actions to take. It requires us to provide a informational cash memo every month. So every month, my team completes an update to the cash forecast and provides that in the packet, so you can see how our cash fund is doing. And then if any action is needed, you know, we would do an analysis and then recommend actions if there were any that we needed to take. And then, of course, act on those decisions. So this appendix just lays that out in black and white for us. So that was a very quick orientation to PD 703, just to give you an idea. And like I said, you know, we're not wanting to do a deep dive, but we did want to do an annual review, kind of as we had said we would last year. So we have just actually very minor things that we're changing. So we have some housekeeping items with some of the changes coming out of Senate Bill 260. There are programs that we needed to update. There are some programs that, you know, aren't active anymore that we wanted to remove, things like that. What is not changing is the written narrative. There aren't any changes there. The types of transactions that are in the document and the basic thresholds that we've agreed upon. So we're not making any like structural significant changes. And that all of this is in your packet, and there's a redlined version so you can see specifically what we're proposing. So what is changing, you know, we're updating some of the programs. So RoadX was discontinued. We'd like to remove that. You know, we want to add references to pandemic relief, the vulnerable populations funding we received, revitalizing and safer Main Streets program. And then we also want to reflect the new and changing enterprises coming out of Senate Bill 260. So renaming Bridge Enterprise to Bridge and Tunnel, adding Clean Transit and the non-attainment enterprise. Of course, the respective enterprise boards are responsible for those approvals, but we like to kind of keep all the information in this policy and keep it accurate and up to date. The last two bullet points, I think, are the more substantial or interesting items that we wanted to bring to you. One thing that we would that we would like to change is to allow for transfers between programs at the staff level when there is no change in the intent of what the dollars were meant for. So I don't know if you recall, but sometimes we'll bring items that say, we'd like to shift funds from strategic safety to maintenance for them to be able to do striping. Well, when we allocated the funds to strategic safety in the first place, that was the intent of that allocation. All we're asking to do is to get it into the correct line in the budget so that we can actually execute and spend the funds. So I'm not sure that it adds value to have that brought to you twice when you've already approved the intent of the funding. So it might be more efficient if staff can simply execute those when it's clear that the intent of the dollars is staying the same. And then the final bullet point. So last year we added indirect to the approvals requirement because that had been missing. So any change in the indirect budget you had previously not been seeing, but we added that, but we neglected to add construction engineering. So we're proposing to add construction engineering as well. And so any changes in those budgets would follow the same threshold guidance for bringing decisions to the commission. So I talked really quickly. Hopefully that made sense. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, I have a question. And I don't know if you're ready to answer it today or not, but on bullet 2, the Clean Transit Enterprise and Non-Attainment Area Pollution Mitigation Enterprise, that's all part of the funding, the new funding mechanism. And do we have any idea of how that fits in with our decision making? It's a kind of, it's different than like our enterprise we have now. And do you know how that kind of fits in and how we're going to know there'll be 2 separate boards for that? And nobody's ready to answer that. If not, we can wait till another meeting if you're not ready to answer that.
Well, I would say that the enterprises will, in the context of PD 703, it would function the same as you're used to with, HPTE or Bridge Enterprise. So there would be a separate board for each enterprise, and then those decisions would be taken separately by those boards.
And then it says respective new enterprise boards are responsible for high-risk approvals. Well, I guess we'll see how that works. That sounds really interesting on how it impacts the decisions we make as a transportation commission. And like I said, you may not be ready to answer those questions, but that is a pretty major change because HPTE is a different thing. It has a funding level based on something specific. This sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I think what is just meant by that is that, and this does get into some interesting territory because technically that enterprise board doesn't exist yet. But I think when it does exist, we will review PD 703 with that enterprise board. As a policy directive, we try to have all of our sort of consistent rules across the enterprises. They don't necessarily have to be consistent, but meaning a different board could decide that they want to engage at a different level in the commission. I think what that bullet is just meant to articulate is that the approval actions that are in PD 703 depend on the entity you are talking about. It might be a commission approval action. It might be a Bridge Enterprise approval action. It might be a Clean Transit Enterprise approval action. And it is whichever respective entity is responsible for that budget that is making the decision.
Okay, just one more and then Commissioner Vasquez. So we don't know yet what kind of staffing level it's going to take to handle these yet. Do we know what kind of staffing level we're going to head for?
I think that again, not all decisions have been made. There isn't even a board yet. What I will say is that I would anticipate in many ways the enterprises will function like our enterprises do today, which is to say CDOT provides much of the staffing to an enterprise. So for example, HPTE does not have its own budget office, its own accounting office, its own procurement team. Those services are provided by CDOT budget, CDOT accounting, and we essentially bill between CDOT and the enterprises. So I think there will be many functions that are performed by CDOT staff on behalf of the enterprises, but ultimately paid for by the enterprises.
Commissioner Vasquez?
I'm curious whether this means that the TC will be making policy for all the enterprise boards as well.
So I think this is an interesting question. I don't believe so. And I think that this is interesting because it is a CDOT policy directive. It is a Transportation Commission policy directive. So again, I think that there is an action that probably needs to be taken with each of those new enterprises that would have to ratify the elements of this procedural directive that would apply to those enterprises.
If I could chime in real quick, I think I liken it, even though the Aeronautic Board is not an enterprise, the Transportation Commission approves the aeronautics budget every year. It's statutorily set. You don't make any changes to it. You don't influence it, but because it's part of the overall CDOT budget, you approve it. I think in large part, that's closer to what these enterprises will look like compared to anything else we have.
Follow-up question.
Herman, like the aviation board, there's a representative that from the commission goes there. So will we have a representative on the Clean Transit and the other board?
The Aeronautic Board does not have a Transportation Commission member serving on it. Those are separate governor's appointees. These are also separate governor's appointees on the Clean Transit Enterprise. I believe the commission does have an appointment, but it still is a governor's appointment. So it's unlike the HPTE where this group through the chair selects who the HPT members are. The governor will make that appointment from among this group. And there will be a conversation of whether you all want to weigh in on that decision, but that's a governor's decision. And then on the other one, there isn't a participant.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's all new and there's lots of things to talk about with it, but just starting the conversation because there'll be lots of things. It's a whole new activity. So we're just asking some preliminary questions here. Anything else? Okay. Okay, you want to go ahead, Bethany? Are you through? You're all done. Okay, any questions on that before we move into Glenwood Canyon? Okay, if not, now we get to see some really fun pictures and we can see what a marvelous job our maintenance crew has been doing and all our engineers. So it's a whole new thing too, just like all our new enterprises. This is a new world out there.
I might give some of your time back to you, Chair, if I can't get the microphone to work. So I guess in the sake of for time, it's open. Oh, no. A couple of things that I'd like to do before we get into the presentation itself is Keith Stefanik, and bear with me, this is an extremely long title. But Keith Stefanik, the Deputy Chief Engineer of CDOT, Deputy Incident Commander for Glenwood Canyon, is on the call with us. So I'm going to give him an opportunity to chime in here a little bit. But just some data points for all of you that to give you kind of an idea of where we're at. This event did not just occur on July 29th. Our folks have been dealing with this issue since June 26th. Pretty much day in, day out. Anywhere from 12 to 14 hours a day, sometimes 24 hours a day. Up until the wonderful day of July 29th, this was pretty much a maintenance operation. And this maintenance operation consisted of going in, cleaning up muddy water and rocks and material that had come down onto the roadway, fixing guardrail, cleaning box culverts, cleaning drainages, utilizing all of our equipment, our vac trucks, all of those fun things that we get to do on a regular basis. Things changed a little bit on July 29th and through that night. At that point, to Commissioner Adams' question about the emergency declaration and the ER project, and that's what precipitated a increase in our response. As you all know, I hope, we got the road open Saturday morning. I mean, this comment at Stack, and Vince I've apologized to everyone I think I can apologize to figure out why it keeps doing this, but the gods shined favorably upon us for 2.5 days to be able to get it open early. So number that was thrown around this morning, and this just kind of gives you the magnitude of what our forces have done. We've hauled out over 4,000 loads of material out of Glenwood Canyon. That number equates to about 48,000 tons, which if you do the quick math and multiply that by the 2,000, you get about 96 million pounds of material that we removed out of the footprint of the interstate. We actually gave it away, Commissioner. No, it's first. We have 2 dump sites that we currently are utilizing. Interestingly enough, Garfield County is one of those areas that we don't have a lot of extra space anymore for dump sites for things. We had a spot that was cleared through our environmental unit a few years ago for rock storage for McClure Pass. Unfortunately, probably by the time this is done, that will be filled up with material from Glenwood Canyon. We do have a pit, one of very few that CDOT does have left on the east end of the canyon at Dotsero. The majority of that material has been hauled into there. So if any of you are traveling I-70 and would like to take a little detour at Dotsero at exit 133 and go over and look at that big pile of material that's sitting there, it's interesting. So with that, as you can see, the picture in front of you is the 123.5 on the interstate. Later in the presentation, this presentation was updated yesterday, just so you all know. So it's got some newer pictures in it than what's in your packet. But Jennifer, if you could go to the next slide, please. So due to the Grizzly Creek fire last year, we knew this was going to happen. And one of the really cool things about this is for the data people like Steve. And Steve got to geek out for like a week and a half helping the Forest Service, so he's been in hog heaven. But when the bear team, the Forest Service bear team came in, the burn area emergency response team, and evaluated some of these burn areas and looked at and modeled the flows that could possibly impact the canyon. After the July 29th, they went and they looked at it. And they were pretty close to being spot on. So all of the things we did last fall to get to this point, to put our protocols into place based on the thresholds that were put into place, the data rang out. The truth was in the data, and we did the right thing clear back last fall when we set these protocols up. So this year's monsoon season, the rainfall that we got in Glenwood Canyon, the Forest Service has referred to this as a 500-year event. Jennifer, if you would go to the next slide, please. This number is really interesting. Glenwood Canyon receives about 2.4 inches of rain in July during the regular monsoon season. Over the period of 6 days from July 26th, well, actually July 23rd to July 29th, Glenwood Canyon received over 4 inches of rain. The night of July 29th into the morning of July 29th, we received about, with the rain gauges that USGS had put in place in cooperation with NOAA, we received 1.4 inches of rain in 15 minutes. The reason that I bring that number up, and the reason that it's important for all of you to hear that, is regardless of the burn scar, we would have gotten mud on the canyon with 1.4 inches of rain in 15 minutes. Director Liu came out on August 5th and did a tour, and she accuses me of being very calculated and never doing anything without just on a whim. But I had brought the Forest Service supervisor with me and his burn maps to have a conversation with Shoshana. And when I took him out to the east end of the canyon at Bear Ranch, where there was not a lot of burning, and he saw some of the debris and the devastation that happened out there, he was absolutely shocked. And so we sat there for Shoshana, probably 30 minutes, and went through the maps, and he talked through all the drainages where we actually got material down on the roadway that wouldn't have come because of the burn scar. So Jennifer, if you would, please. So just to give you all a little idea, the closures that we have put into place and the protocols that we have utilized the exit at 87, which is West Rifle, to help facilitate people not having to turn around to utilize the northern detour route over State Highway 13, US 40, and Highway 9. If any of you have been up that way, you realize that it takes a really long time to go around. Or if you go the southern route through Montrose and over Highway 50 and 285, it takes a really long time to go around. So I-70 is very key to that. And back to the June 26th statement that I made earlier, when we go into a watch, just so everybody understands this, when there's a flash flood watch issued, our folks are out standing by at these closure points. And until the watch expires or it goes into a flash flood warning, our folks are sitting out there. So some of these watches were anywhere from 12 to 16 hours at some times. And so they were out there waiting. Once it goes into a warning, we initiate the closures, clear the canyon, and then we wait. Some of the events between June 26th and July 29th, there was 2 instances where we had about 2 minutes from the time it went from flash flood warning to the time that we had material on the road. So just little FYI. Jennifer, if you would, please. So we came to July 29th. Portions of the westbound viaduct sustained pretty significant damage. On July 29th, it took us 5 days to get to this point, to be able to get in here to start moving material to be able to evaluate this. The activities or the debris material prior to that and the flash flood events we had prior to that were in isolated different parts of the canyon. On July 29th, we had 13 different areas in the canyon that slid and put anywhere from 1 to 2 feet of either water and soupy mud on the road up to anywhere from 25 to 30 feet of material, 125 feet wide in some instances in a lot of these locations. To get a travel way through the interstate from No Name Rest Area to Dot Cerro, it took 3 days to be able to just basically knock a hole in it so that our forces could travel from one end of the canyon to the other. So basically, our forces on the east end and the west end are isolated to do work from either end and work towards the middle. The middle happened to be this spot here at the 123.5. Once we were able to clear some of this debris off and actually recognize the damage and see what we had, that was the point at which we triggered the emergency process. We had a very robust conversation that Monday morning with Director Lou and Jeff and FHWA and Steve and Keith, and came to the conclusion that Jeff needed to make a phone call to the chair and ask for some money. So please, please, please approve that tomorrow. With that, next slide, please, Jennifer. This gives you an idea of the devastation that occurred at the 123.5. The debris flow that's out in the river is very large. It changed the channel of the river. There's 4 of these fairly large debris flows in the river currently, 2 of which came from the interstate side and 2 of which are on the railroad side, on the south side. There is one at the 124.2 currently that is very large, approximately when it first came down, about 320 feet wide, about 20 feet deep in the river. The river's changed its channel, and unfortunately, the channel that it chose to take is up against the eastbound interstate underneath the bike path and is impacting the footers on the interstate. Currently, we have no real good idea of what that's actually doing at this point because we need to get the river channel moved away from the interstate so we can evaluate it. So we have that lane closed currently. Jennifer, please. This is what's left over of the devastation to the eastbound portion of the interstate. Once we got the debris removed from that, the material that had come down, that hole, just to give you all reference, is approximately 20 foot deep, about 100 feet long, and all the way across both lanes of the interstate. It looks a lot different today. I will just tell you that. It gives you an idea on the right. It kind of gives you an idea of the amount of material that was deposited in the river. It's a sight to be seen. And until you actually go out there and stand there and look up that draw, I can honestly tell you there's a few folks in this room that when they walked out there and looked at it, it's like the pictures don't do it justice. Jennifer. The picture on the right just kind of gives you an indication of a lot of what we were dealing with. There was a lot of areas on the interstate, once we cleaned up material, that's what the interstate looked like. Took us the better part of a week and a half once we got to the point that we were able to stop hauling debris out to just be able to start washing and sweeping and trying to get the interstate back into a condition that was serviceable. When you saw all of the trucks in there traveling back and forth, it was basically like the brown cloud, just because of all the dust. Jennifer. That's not a county road on the left. That's actually the interstate. And that was taken the morning that they actually punched a hole through at the 123.5. The material on the right is just gives you an indication of the stuff that came down out by Bear Ranch. A portion of this was in an area that wasn't burned, but as you can see that it's pretty apocalyptic. Thank you, Jennifer. We did have to downsize a few rocks in a couple of areas. Unfortunately, my explosives crew was somewhat disappointed. It says explosives were used. They were only used twice. The rest of the time we drilled rocks and used All-Mite to expand and split the rocks just due to the nature of where they were sitting. This will make Rebecca happy, and she left. It must be really boring. We have a rock out there that's actually a big chunk of petrified wood and other materials. It's about 60,000 pounds, but there's a nice little cut out of a tree in it. It's got a bunch of branches, other things in it. It's a really neat looking rock. I think Steve geeked out on that too when he was there. So we actually set it off to the side, and we'll hope to get it to a better place at some point through this process. We're not doing the memorial rock thing. We're going to get it out of the canyon. There's already enough rocks in there. I made that reference to Mike McGaw last night.
He specifically said we didn't have to keep it.
Yes. So we're gonna move it probably into Glenwood. That's okay, Commissioner. Next slide, please, Jennifer. So this is Keith is the driver behind this picture. What you're looking at is Google Maps, and you're looking at the street view of Highway I-70, mile marker 123.5, and you're looking at Blue Gulch. The area that ran was Blue Gulch. This is the before picture. I want you all to take a really good look at this, because this is what Glenwood Canyon at Blue Gulch looked like up until July 29th. Jennifer, if you would, please. This is what Blue Gulch looks like now. That big rock that you see over there on the left of the excavator, Jennifer, if you go back to that picture real fast. That's the same big rock, but it's a lot bigger now. The Forest Service, Scott Fitzwilliams, who's the supervisor of the White River National Forest in Glenwood Springs, made a comment to me while we were standing out there, and he says, you know, some of these rocks in the next picture, some of those rocks that you see there probably haven't seen the light of day in billions of years. And now they're out. The super sacks on the left, as you can see, there's about 160 of those in there, placed to help, one, slow down the debris flow, hopefully catch any rocks that may be loose in that drainage, and hopefully help filter some of the water and some of the impacts to the interstate at a future date. That future date is probably looming more closely to us than we would like. The canyon went into a flash flood watch at 1:11 this afternoon and will remain in a flash flood watch until tomorrow, Friday night at midnight. With a cold front that's coming through currently, with a better than 60% chance of going back into a flash flood warning at any time during the next 2 days. So if you would, Jennifer, thank you.
Hey, Mike, so that's not burn scarred area, that's,
This is burn scar area, Commissioner. This is one of the areas of burn scar. On August 5th, Shoshana came out around that day, August 5th or August 6th. The Colorado Department of Public Safety stood up their incident command team. We had a conversation with them on that Sunday. They asked me and Shoshana specifically, what can we do for you? And I said, you guys can take the river and let us worry about the road. They've regretted that conversation dramatically in the last few days. But they're very willing partners to help with this and to help address it. This picture is unique in the fact that this was the events. Most of this material came down in the river on the events of July 5th. It was there from July 5th until the night of July 29th. On July 29th, the river rose about 6 feet. The water was running about 1,400 to 1,700 cubic feet per second. At that point, when the flood came through, that 1.5 inches of rain, they think that the CFS went up to about 7,000 to 8,000 in a short period of time. It went up about 6.5 feet, and I would say 99.9% of all of that material you'll see right there in that picture is downstream now. It washed it over the top of the big landslide. So it's found natural places to stop and hide. It's impacting some of the rafting and some of the other things, but they're working on that to get it open. I won't read the rest of it to you. You all can read. For those of you that got to meet Jason this morning, he gets to sit next to me until probably the 1st of September. Next one, Jennifer.
Mike, if I could just
Yes,
ask
ma'am.
you, so what you saw there was what came down from the bird scar, but that flood event was so unusual that we would have had that kind of, I think it's important, because of that rain event, which was so unusual, we would have had that new drainage in spite of whether there was a fire or not, because it was such a tremendous flow of water. Isn't that correct? I mean, that was what the
In
forest,
places.
that's what
sure.
the Forest Service guy told me. He said that was such a 500-year event. The Forest Service guy told me, he said that would have happened, and I won't name him so we can't quote him, but he said that would have happened just because it was such an unusual rain event and created that drainage.
I'm just wondering with climate change, whether the Forest Service is going to reevaluate whether that's a 500-year event or something we can expect more frequently.
Commissioners, it's really interesting. I think one of the things that's been discussed around that is we're having a lot of 100-year events anymore. And I think the conversation around what defines a 100-year event, what defines a 500-year event, I think that's a larger conversation. There is a lot of recognition around that. I just don't know where that's going to go currently. But based on data and based on previous data and history, I don't know that they're ready to make that decision quite yet, but they're very cognizant of the fact that they're probably going to have to change their definitions of what constitutes these types of events.
And that would definitely change what we need to do in terms of readiness. Right?
Yes. So I think what I'm going to do, Keith, can you hear me? Okay. Maybe.
I can. Yep.
Do you want to jump in here and kind of talk about the ER request and some of the more permanent stuff that we've done? I guess they're not permanent, but the temporary repairs that we've done up to this point to get to where we're headed.
Sure, I can do that. So on Saturday, August 8th, Steve Harrelson signed a letter and two letters, and were sent to FHWA Colorado Division. Really outlined our best estimate at the time of the damage that took place in the canyon and to some alternative routes. So to summarize it, we had about 66 million in direct damages as a result of the events that occurred. over the past, I would say, since June 26th. We also had I won't say earmarked, a placeholder for 50 million for redundancy and resiliency throughout the area out here in Region 3 to provide some alternative routes when and if the canyon is compromised again. So those letters were sent off, and we had an immediate response from FHWA, and they did a quick release of 11.6 million, which was very fast and very effective and very appreciative. So right now, from that Saturday on August 8th, the team up here really took action to get this road open, as Mike said, on Saturday, just before 7 a.m. in the morning. So on eastbound, we have a single lane closure for about 1.5 miles through the milepost 123.5 and throughout milepost 124.2, where the Colorado River is adjacent to I-70 and currently scouring the bike path and some portions of I-70. Our structural engineers, and along with our Region 3 engineering team, have done daily inspections. We were very comfortable opening the road up on Saturday in the structural conditions and keeping that one lane eastbound closed for that extended duration just to monitor the conditions. On westbound, we have about a 1/2 mile single lane closure right at milepost 123.5. We continue to monitor that as well and have no indications of any structural failure as a result of opening traffic. So we feel very confident and very proud of the work that was completed.
Mike and Keith, first of all, the entire team, a hell of a job that you guys have done to even get this back open. So it's very, very complimentary of what you guys have done. It is tremendous. My question is, the Department of the Interior or the group you've been working with, if we've asked for 116 million, how much are they asking for, and how dependent are we on their reconstruction work around the burn scar area and the creek or the river to make sure that, because these things are not 100-year deals any longer, they're going to happen and we should expect them. What's your assessment of what their funding request is going to look like, and what is it their repair initiative is also going to look like in the future?
So I'm probably going to tag team this with Keith and the chief, because I need to give Steve an opportunity to tell you guys what he's been doing. But I'll be honest with you, Commissioner, this is probably the most collaborative thing that I've been involved with in 26 plus years in the department. We have every state agency that we need to bear with this. Our federal partners have been nothing but cooperative. They've been over backwards. Keith and I were on a call, and please forgive me, I don't know which day it was because they're all kind of the same. But we were on a call with FHWA, and I'll be totally honest with you, I've never seen so many high-powered people on one phone call in my entire life. And it was for a 5-minute conversation. And I think there was 27 people on there, including Keith and Steve and I, and all of these folks were deputy directors. But interesting enough, where we're at right now, Shoshana prepared a letter in conjunction with Stan Hilke, the Department of Public Safety Director. They're working through right now to delineate what will be FEMA and what will be the FHWA. They're doing the damage assessments currently, starting tomorrow and Friday on the river piece of it. And they haven't come up with a damage assessment total to decide whether or not what that's going to look like. Interestingly enough, we're trying to keep it separate from the road and stick with FHWA because they've been such willing partners. But from the onset of this, so the number, I don't know that I can give you that yet because we really don't know. But from the onset of this, the outreach and the communication and the collaboration between everybody has been outstanding. And Keith, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but I think I'm going to let Steve too jump in here and kind of tell everybody what he's been up to.
Yeah, well, before Steve adds to that, I just left out one point. As of tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will be opening bids. We solicited approximately 11 contractors to rebuild portions of Glenwood and get it open to 2 lanes in each direction by Thanksgiving of this year. So that will be a huge step in reconstructing some of these portions throughout here. But I continue to echo Mike's point about partnerships and collaboration. I have never worked with more agencies in my entire career than over the past week and a half. As a CDOT employee, I have never worked with a tremendous group of individuals, starting with the engineering staff out here in Region 3 that developed that set of plans that will be bid tomorrow at 9 a.m. They did that completely in-house, got that out in an expedited time, and very, very professional with the contractors. And then from the maintenance perspective, I've never been more proud to be on Team CDOT, working with our maintenance staff. They're dedicated, they are professional, and it goes back to the point at the beginning of this workshop about how important our maintenance staff is to us. I have never seen individuals more dedicated to work the long shifts, 12-hour shifts, 14-hour shifts to get this open. They are a tremendous asset to our organization. And I know we've went through a lot of names in this presentation today, but there is a huge list of maintenance staff that deserve all the credit on this. It goes the whole way from the top with our EMT working with us to our maintenance staff of getting this road open. Like, again, I just cannot echo it more how proud I am of our team out here. It's been a tremendous effort. It's under extraordinary circumstances, but it's just wonderful to see the breadth and depth of CDOT with this repair project. Turn it over to you, Steve.
So this is going to be really cool. I'm just going to tell you that. I'm not real keen on Steve's book club thing, but this is really cool.
Steve, before you start, I hope all of you commissioners will let your communities know, because the first thing that happens is people start saying, oh, CDOT, we got some op-eds in the paper that were just thoroughly nasty about, oh, they're not paying any attention, as we've read and we responded to. So I hope all of you will do your part in letting, when we have an emergency like that, the same thing happens in the Big Thompson and the CDOT staff really comes through and get these things done. And so I think it behooves us to really try to get that message out. It's part of what we need to do as well. Steve?
And Commissioner, Chair, I just want to make sure, my real question, I love the work that CDOT's done. I'm really trying to make sure I understand what the rest of the remediation plan is going to look like for like the guys who control the scar area up the hill, and the guys who are, I'm worried a little bit about whether the future rain or what have you might cause the river to flood up again, and we might see flooding on the road. So
you're really going to be interested in hearing what Steve has
Yeah,
to say.
so let's let him go ahead and finish the presentation.
So while Keith and Mike have been leading the charge down in the canyon, I've worked on longer range stuff. And Mike mentioned Scott Fitzwilliams, who's the Glenwood Springs District Forest Ranger. And I talked to him, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, and said, is there any way we could partner together to try to stabilize the watersheds, exactly as Commissioner Adams is referring to, which is kind of unprecedented. It's usually the Forest Service likes to be the Forest Service, and they're wonderful neighbors, but we don't mess in each other's business very often. And he said, what do you got? And I said, well, could we go up on the rim? And it's primarily on the north rim, where there's a road called Coffee Pot Springs Road, which is a recent Greyhound bus route, by the way.
You had to go there, Steve.
But from that, from Coffee Pot Springs Road, there are a number of little Jeep roads that'll get you to the upper bounds of these watersheds. So Blue Gulch, which is ground zero that we've heard a lot about, there's a way you can walk a front end loader and a dump truck down to a relatively flat area of Blue Gulch. And the concept that I portrayed to the Forest Service was we would build like a temporary berm or a dam. So, some of you from the agricultural regions would say it's an SCS dam. It's just something 8 to 10 feet tall. It's designed to stop the water so cattle can drink or whatever, but it's just a little berm, and maybe you can put a series of them in, and you'd make it build it out of 2-foot rock so that it's permeable, but it slows the water down. On Blue Gulch, there's a spot that's relatively convenient to construct something like this that would take about 40%. It's about a little over 1,000 acres watershed, and it'll take about 400 acres of that and be able to detain it. So when it rains, instead of all that water rushing down, in 15 minutes, 40% of it will sit in a pond for 3 or 4 hours. So it'll slow the flow down. And naturally, that's what occurred prior to the fire. When the fire happened, the soil, when you go into a pine forest, you have all those pine needles and the duff, they call it. Well, that gets heated up and melted, and it becomes like asphalt pavement. So this is Mike's favorite part where I really get my geek on. When in a natural forest, when it rains, about 80% of the rain is absorbed into the soil or, gets caught on the pine cones or the pine needles and such. Those are called abstractions. Well, when there's a fire, all those abstractions are gone away. The pine duff becomes like very close to asphalt pavement. So instead of 20% running off, 80% runs off. So if you get a 1-inch rainstorm, it's like having a 4-inch rainstorm in a burned area. So by building these temporary SCS dams, it will allow the water to pond and recreate what was happening naturally. And then in 4 or 5 years, in our experience with other fires in the state, the soil kind of heals and breaks down over 4 or 5 years, and it naturally gets better. It's not a permanent issue. So then we could walk down the same Jeep road and pull those ponds out. So I've made a mosaic of all the USGS quad sheets, and I've identified candidate sites for this. We may go in there and, well, this one won't work, but it's just a starting point. And the Forest Service has made no promises because, we all have bosses in DC, I guess. But they will, he said, I'll carry the water and we'll try to get something done. So we'd like to get something done this fall before the snow flies, and just try to stabilize the upper reaches of these basins and get it done. And I don't think it'll be particularly expensive. I mean, it's, an afternoon of a front end loader and a few loads of gravel. It's not like we're building the Hoover Dam.
Thank you very much, Steve. I personally wish they were making a bigger commitment to actually spending more and putting more in it to make it a more permanent fix, but I accept that they're trying to work with you to get something done so that this doesn't repeat itself. And I do think from what you're saying and the tone of it, it sounds like you guys are comfortable with their collaborative nature of it and their cooperation. And I think for where we sit right now, that may be about the best we can get in the short term.
Well, I mean, in terms of a permanent fix, I'm not sure anyone wants to build, it's a wilderness area. I mean, it's not a legal wilderness area, but it's a forest. You don't want, who wants to go hiking in the forest and look at all these man-made berms?
Yeah,
I think the idea is
it's
5
an
years.
environmental issue up there. You've got to be careful what you do. It's a very, very protected area, and it's environmental issue. So you don't just go build big dams up there. This would be a process that would be natural and could eventually come down if it needed to, because you've got an environmental issue that needs to be protected up there as well.
And the land will heal. It just is going to take a few years.
Well, as I said, I accept that. I accept what you said about it. I just would like to feel that the Forest Service owned a little bit more of the issue than I sense that we're suggesting they own. That's all I'm saying. But if
Okay.
you guys are okay and you're satisfied that we'll get there so that, a year from now, we won't see another big flooding situation, I accept that. But the job done by CDOT, highly complimentary of the job that I've heard that we did. And I'm very proud to be a part of CDOT from that standpoint.
Commissioner Vasquez, did you have a question?
Just a quick question. In your review of the soil condition on the ridge lines, did you see any glassified soil? If the temperature of the fire is hot enough, it'll actually fuse the sand grains in the soil.
I've just been doing maps. I've not been walking these watersheds.
The commissioner did that, the bear team in the most severe areas, they did find that. And the heat maps show that those areas, there's quite a few of those areas in some of these drainages.
Yeah. I did an oversight of the Mullen Fire a few weeks ago that came down from Wyoming into Jackson County, and the ridge lines are clearly glassified. And that's not going to heal quickly.
No. And Commissioner Adams, to your point, I don't know that we're out of the woods yet, pun intended. Depending on the type of weather we get. There's a lot of stuff we can do before spring and the spring runoff. Working with all the partners involved. It gets a lot more complicated in the river, but we're off to a really good start. And it's something that, like I said, it's the most collaborative thing I've seen from all of the agencies, both state and federal that I've been involved with.
I haven't spent a lot of time working in government, but the time that I have spent, I have learned over time that if it's not owned by a specific party, sometimes the degree of money and other things they're willing to really invest in it isn't what it would be if it were their problem and it was clearly they were making the news for the results. So that's the only point I'm making.
Okay, let's move on here. Any more to catch up
I
on
think
here?
that, Commissioner, I think that was the last slide,
Okay.
but if you would indulge me for just 1 second.
Okay, I'll indulge in 1 second, then we're going to move on.
And I'm gonna try to do this without crying. Keith mentioned it, but the one thing that always amazes me with this organization is we shine the most when there's things to do. And Jennifer, please don't put the camera on me right now. Yeah, please
move
don't.
the
Yeah.
camera.
But to watch all of our folks from headquarters, from Region 3, everybody that stepped up and was offered help from the other regions, to do it with a smile on their face every day, to have positive attitudes about it, and not to have any injuries, anybody get hurt, and
That's
only
good.
have one truck that was tipped over. Sorry, Rich, where'd you go? It makes me remember why I came to work for this organization. And I'll just leave you with this. A couple of my employees, when I was standing out there the other day, came over and they were getting ready to move 2 excavators, and there was a pair of gloves laying on the type 4 barrier. And they walked over with these gloves and they said, "Are these yours?" And I said, "No, mine are in my vehicle." And they're like, "Are you sure they're not yours?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure." And they said, "No, we think they're yours. They're brand new and they've never been worn." So I thanked them to go back to work, and I'll just leave you with that. But that gives you the kind of idea of what our folks are made of. So thank you, Chair.
Well, Shoshana, you definitely put the right person in charge when you put Michael in charge of that. And so we're glad you did that. And Jason, of course, has got everything under control in Region 3. So we appreciate you putting Michael in charge, and it's been great. Did you want to say something, Shoshana?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of make a couple quick comments just to add to the accolades that you've heard for the team. You know, I've seen Region 3 work hard a lot of times, nothing like this.
That's, yeah.
I mean, this has been probably the most extraordinary emergency effort I've seen in the time I've been here. And, you all know the other things that have happened in the last 2.5 years. I think I would particularly compliment the effort that the other parts of the organization have made to support Region 3 in this
Right.
incident, knowing that there's just been, enormous responsibility placed on one team that has had to deal with an awful lot in the last couple of years, including the same geography, facing very extreme events last year. I mean, I would do a particular shout out to Keith. The Keith Mike duo, I would amend what
Yep.
Kathy said, is the best decision we could have made. I mean, the two of them.
That's right, with Keith as well.
Yeah, bring the best of the best from multiple parts of our organization, and kind of having, our top-notch maintenance veteran and our one of the best project managers in the organization working together on tackling this problem has, I think, shown the way that we can bring different skill sets together. When we're dealing with something of this magnitude, and it's been kind of neat to watch different groups get to know each other a little bit in a crisis. You always see people shine and come together in configurations that aren't their usual grouping when something like this happens, and the kind of synergy that Keith has established with Andrew and the engineering group in Region 3, I think has been really a pleasure for me to watch, because there's just so much can-do creativity happening on that team, while the maintenance teams from Denver and Pueblo and multiple sections that John Lorme's impetus have really come in to complement the Region 3 folks and do everything from hauling one truck of material from the roadway at a time. We call it material now, not
That's
debris.
right. It's not debris.
It's not debris, it's material. This is a bit of an inside federal funding
joke
for, it's not a joke, it's serious, but
I mean,
it's the nomenclature that the Federal Highway Administration asked us to use.
It's not a joke. It's our
Not-
inside important information.
Important information, but has really just been an all hands on deck effort, and bringing in contractors the way we did has worked really well too. I mean, the way that Gould Construction filled that
I was
hole
gonna
and
say,
got it ready for us to pave in like 24 hours was remarkable. I mean, I was there to watch the first dump of rocks into the hole for the temporary pavement, and like by that evening it was basically full.
I just couldn't believe what Gold Construction got done
Yeah.
in such a quick time to drive through there. So
And they moved heaven and earth to make their best team available to do it on a short timeline too. So it's just been the kind of event that brings out the best in everybody, and it's not over yet, but I just
it's not over.
can't say enough good things about this team. So
Yeah, that's for sure. Thank you, all of you. And of course, we've talked this morning about what an impact it is economically for all of the Western Slope. It impacts Steamboat because they have more traffic than they want, and Craig has more than they want. So it impacts everybody. So we appreciate the fast work on it. And that's one of it's hard to remind people that when you live on the other side of the mountain, those are the things that happen. Doggone it. Anyway, thank you though. And Mike, thank you so much for your presentation. And Rebecca, if you're ready, we're going to just try to get back and start catching up a little bit of time here. Revitalizing Main Street Grant Awards.
Thank you, Chair. This will be a relatively short item, but a really nice one. As this pulls up, just to remind the commission, actually, Jennifer, just go ahead to the next slide. What this presentation is about is, if you'll recall, late spring, sort of the early part of the legislative session, we got through Senate Bill 110, a allotment of $30 million for the Revitalizing Main Streets program. This has been, since its establishment, a really well-loved program by the legislature and the governor, and a really awesome way to spend stimulus dollars, because these are multiple small projects that can be delivered quickly. So with the commission's concurrence, we split that 30 million up into two pots. 8 million is part of a small grants program. They're 150,000 or under, and those are rolling grants. So just about every week, the team reviews the applications, makes decisions, and moves forward. And because these are small grants, we're able to use some of our flexibilities within the sort of financial and contracting system to get that money out quickly. That program continues to go very well. Molly Bly, who runs that, has been phenomenal. And although the sort of COVID response nature of the dollars is changing a little bit, it continues to be of interest to communities to help them as they sort of go back to the new normal. The focus of today's presentation, however, is that 22 million. So the other part of this funding we set aside for a competitive grant program. And we built a lot of the criteria around this on our experience implementing the Safer Main Streets program. So sorry to throw all these different variations of Main Streets at you, but Safer Main Streets, if you recall, was a $77 million that we provided just in the Denver metro area. It was a bit of a partnership with DRCOG focused on improving safety along busy urban arterials, but very similar in sort of its focus and implementation. We learned a lot from our delivery of that. So if you go to the next slide, what we did is put out a call for projects, asked for project applications up to $2 million. Prior to that, we had 2 application workshops, and I'll tell you, one of them, I think, had about 180 people attend. And the governor even popped on for a few minutes to say hello to all the cities and counties that were interested in applying for this. That success or that interest turned into even more interest when the applications came in. We actually got 72. We put together a multidisciplinary team across the department, headquarters in all 5 regions. And I really want to thank the region staff in particular who had to sort of change some priorities to spend a lot of time reviewing 72 applications. It was a lot of work, but we really wanted that regional expertise. We asked the team to evaluate these on the criteria you see there, Jennifer. Thanks. So a lot of criteria to evaluate against, a lot of things we were looking for, both safety being the main driver there, but you see a focus on readiness, funding need, a lot around the diversity of funding, what it would do for the economy, local match, et cetera. Okay, so go to the next slide. This is in your packet. That looks like an old version. Okay, there we go. Keep going. So as I said, 72 applications were submitted, totaling $95 million in requested funding. Go forward. This might be in the wrong deck, Jennifer. Go forward one. Sorry about that, Commission. It's in your packet. So essentially, I think we're proposing 16 projects for award. We spend just short of that 22 million. So it's allows us to use a small amount of money to cover some of the administrative costs, which is really quite helpful. Another aspect to this award is that we had in that 77 million for the DRCOG area, that Safer Main Streets, 1.3 million remaining. So we rolled that into this funding amount, and that was to go to only sort of an additional project in the DRCOG area. Otherwise, regional equity was certainly a consideration. Oh, that looks much better. Thank you. I was going to have to really tap dance here. Have you tried the veal? Okay, so here are the 16 projects proposed to be awarded. Really nice cross-section across the state. So this was a merit-based program, but we did consider regional equity and just make sure that every TPR that applied, we made sure that we were covering the state fully. And you can see as Jennifer pulls this up, I think the next slide is a map of the range of those projects. So there you go. So really nice scattering of projects across the state, a lot of mix of small town investments, but also projects in Colorado Springs and Denver. However, I guess that the hard part of success is that we had a lot of people we had to say no to. So if you go to the next slide, what we'd like to do is go ahead and move forward in allocating this set of projects, these 16. However, given all the work that went in from the communities who took the time to submit these applications, there were a lot of good projects, more than we had money for. So we'd like to go ahead and get the next notice of funding availability out soon. Senate Bill 260 made the Revitalizing Main Streets program permanent. The first tranche of dollars arrived on our doors at the beginning of the fiscal year is $22 million. So you will see a resolution in your packet tomorrow for us to go ahead and get that NOFO out. And we'd like to do that before the month is out. And what we'd like to do is tell those communities that didn't succeed in this round to please go ahead and apply. And as we have done in previous grant rounds, we'd like to provide a little bit of technical assistance and work with them if there's something in their application that sort of stood out to the team that maybe could be tweaked. But that is the action item in your resolution to at least get that NOFO out for that additional 22 million. The other piece we're looking into is whether there might be some additional funding that the legislature may have as we continue to get stimulus dollars in and they're allocating them. Just again, because this program can move quickly, gets right into cities and counties across the state, is really tailored in a lot of ways to small communities. It's a really nice way to get stimulus dollars out. So this briefing in total is part a overview for you on the projects we've selected and then a request tomorrow to move forward with a NOFO. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Karen, Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you. Thanks, Rebecca. Is this a reimbursement program? So they have to put the costs in first and then invoice?
Yes.
How soon are you able to turn those invoices around? This is a lot of administrative heavy lifting. So I'm just wondering what's the turnaround?
Yeah, I'm going to have Jeff help me here. I know we're trying to move as fast as we can, and the 5 additional employees that commission provided helped quite a bit. But Jeff, please.
Yeah, so what I can tell you is, I guess, two things. One, statutorily, we have a 60-day turnaround time on invoices, meaning we have to pay invoices within 60 days or we can be charged interest. Now, we take less than that, and I can't speak for every region business office. We have 5 business offices, 1 in each region, and we have a headquarters business office, but I think we endeavor to turn around invoices in less than 30 days, meaning if a complete invoice packet is there, we don't have to return it because things are missing. That payment is processed within 30 days.
Thank you. And the reason I'm asking this is typically some of these expenses up front take 2 or 3 months for them to do the project. So they're carrying that money for 2 or 3 months and then they send in the bill and then it's 50 days after they get the bill. And just wondering if we're keeping up. Sounds like we're keeping up. So that's great. Thanks.
Yeah, my question is, how many of those projects were on state highways compared to local community streets? Do you have any idea on if any of those were actually on state highways or just community?
Yeah, there is a mix, Commissioner Beatty. I don't have the breakdown. Director Lou might. She read every single one. Do you have a sense of the mix between state highways and off system?
Yeah, most of them were off system. There were a few that were on state highways, but not very many.
By the way it looked, I was guessing most of them looked like they were local streets. So, just another comment I had from a DOLA rep is that actually our naming of this is kind of confused it with the
Yep.
DOLA Main Streets program. So I don't know if there's any, now that it's in legislation, if there's any way to try to make sure people have an easier way to differentiate, because this Main Streets is getting thrown into so many programs and it's starting to confuse the people on what they're even applying for. So it's something I think we need to try to somehow make sure it's clearer to people where the funding's coming from and where, I mean, there's just confusion that we need to try to alleviate if we can. Not keep using Main Street programs for every new program also.
But I have this tattoo. Oh, okay. No, point taken. And we have talked to DOLA about that. And yeah, we'll continue to try to work on the, yeah. Oh, here,
Just really quickly, Commissioner Beatty, that was one of the reasons why we consolidated and rebranded the programs, was so that moving forward, we're not talking about 3, we're talking about 2, and there's 1 in each department, and trying to initiate that streamlined process going forward.
The 22 million is what you're asking to continue, the 22 million to allocate next is what you're asking for in the resolution tomorrow, correct?
Correct, future NOFO. And I apologize, it's purely a coincidence. It's the same amount of money as the 22 million in this round. It's a new 22 million. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, now I am confused. Kathleen?
Great, thank you. And again, like I said this morning, I think this is a fantastic program and a lot of positive response. Different communities that I've talked with. One of the things they really liked about the smaller program was the rolling application process. And I don't know if you're looking at anything like that for this, or if it would become more of a one-time a year application. Kind of what's the cadence of the ability for communities to apply? The smaller communities that I talked to said that rolling approach was helpful for them because they don't always have their budgets approved at a certain time, depending on when the submittal deadlines are. And so I don't know if that's been considered or not, but I think this is fantastic. And to get another set of another amount of dollars available to get up and out the door and help people apply. And again, another positive side has been all the technical assistance that you all have offered. So anyway, that's just sharing a lot of positive feedback, but that question about more frequent applications.
Yeah, Commissioner Brackey, we did talk about the rolling, and the concern with that is it sort of rewards the first in, which, and oftentimes is probably the communities with this more of the staff to get an application right away. So we were concerned we would spend that 22 million pretty quickly with rolling. However, the cadence of the future applications is a good question. I think just given our continuing economic recovery, we wanted to get this next round out. But you'll hear from Nathan Lindquist later today, who's been doing a trip around the state to sort of reflect on what we learned from these projects. And we really want his work to help inform the long-term future of this program. And I think that'll be, a predictable cadence of when to apply will be part of what we need to kind of cement in now that we're in this for the next 10, 20 years. Mhm.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, one quick comment. Having tried to work on main streets with state highways running through towns has been really challenging. What about side streets and other areas? You think that will open up for this type of grant funding?
I think you'll see a lot of those off-system streets in this batch, and that's where we've seen a lot of their creativity. I'm thinking Lake City comes to mind. We sort of thought we'd get an application. This was in the previous round for the state highway that runs right through there. They actually wanted to make an investment in what they felt like was their main street, which was off the highway, but tucked in close to a lot of businesses that were needing to use the street space. So it looks like communities are when necessary, sort of looking beyond the state arterial for sure. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Anything more on that, Rebecca?
Did I thoroughly confuse things on what the request is tomorrow? I'm happy to try to clarify that
Just
again.
in real simply for me, because now I wasn't confused. I didn't think, but now I think I am a little bit.
So the first allocation of Senate Bill $260 we've received for RMS is $22 million. It happens to be the same amount. That we would like the commission's support to issue a NOFO to submit projects, applications to use those funds.
I think I'm not confused then. Okay.
Okay.
I was
Sorry about
beginning to
that.
think, no, that's okay. Any other questions for Rebecca at this time? And you all have the resolution there that I handed to you. Okay, you're ready to move on to the greenhouse gas roadmap. Are you ready, Teresa?
I am.
And
Chair's
Teresa?
okay. We'll have Teresa join us.
Teresa, here's a chair.
It is, I think as Commissioner is aware, it's been quite the effort to reach this stage. And publish the draft rule. So recognizing that it does take a village here, I think Herman and Teresa and I will tag team on walking you through this deck. And then Kathy Young has been there with us as well, as has Dr. Liu. So you'll probably hear from quite a few voices. Jennifer, as you pull this up, is this the latest and greatest? Okay. This is a bit, I just want to acknowledge, this is a different deck than what was in your packet, because at the time we submitted the packet, we hadn't quite published the rule yet. So this, we will of course add it to the packet now that we have this, but just a note that this is sort of new material, which just reflects that the rule was filed late Friday night. And I should actually, Commissioner Hickey, if you want to lead this, kick this off or interrupt at any time, please do, as given your role on the ad hoc committee. I didn't mean to miss that.
Thank you. You're just fine. I would only say you all did yeoman's work. I mean, it was incredible. I think the commission can see that in the list of stakeholder outreach meetings, and you've heard us say it before, but I can't say it enough, hours and hours and late into the night, which we all appreciated very much. And I could tell in the development of the rule that you all were very responsive to all the input you were getting, because I listened to some of those meetings and then I saw changes in the rule. So it was very effective outreach also. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say the ad hoc committee was also available at all hours. So I appreciate that as well. Okay, so if we have time today, I could cover 3 things, but I think the first 2 are the most important. Going to walk you through the main pieces of the rule. You, I think, all received the full draft from Herman. It's about 28 pages. However, because we are amending existing planning rules, the real substantive part is probably 5 or 6 pages, but it's not easy reading. It's very much in rule speak, except for the preamble. Then I do want to talk about the plan for the public review period. We've entered a very important 60-day window now. And then just if there's questions, I've got some supplementary material at the back just to talk you through all the outreach we did to this stage, but I think that's less important than getting through the rule itself. Okay, so as I just mentioned, we are amending our existing state planning rules. You'll note if you read the rule, there is a little bit of cleanup to other sections in the rule. Section 4, we've added some changes that just sort of modernizes some of the text. We caught some typos. So there's a handful of things throughout the rule, but they are quite small. The important part is the amendment, including the greenhouse gas standard. And the way to approach the rule is to first take a look at that preamble and statement of basis and purpose. That is our real one opportunity to use kind of plain English to talk about what we're trying to achieve, to also provide context. So you'll see in this section, we talk about how this effort fits into the greenhouse gas roadmap, fits into Senate Bill 260, because this was a direct requirement in Senate Bill 260 and to House Bill 1261, how this approach really aligns with how we already treat criteria pollutants like ozone by doing transportation conformity. So while sometimes the preamble can be quite short in a lot of CDOT rulemakings, this section is longer because we're trying, this is sort of our opportunity to tell that story. Okay, so then moving on to the next slide, Jennifer. The other part I want to draw your attention to is key definitions. These are our defined terms, and we added quite a few because of this rule. The first one is applicable planning documents. Because we are within the sort of envelope of this rulemaking, we had to consider many different plans. We have CDOT's 10-year plan. We have our 4-year prioritized plan. We have the MPO's transportation improvement programs, their TIPs, and we have the MPO's RTPs, regional transportation plans. So they're long-term 40, 50-year visions. You can imagine in the rulemaking having to say those words over and over and over again. So the shorthand is applicable planning documents. So those are the documents that we are placing this rulemaking on. Baseline is also a key term. And I'll talk you through that when we get to the table, but we have to know what we're reducing from. Disproportionately impacted communities, that was a definition that came to us in Senate Bill 260. Very important that we look at really every opportunity to examine the impacts or the benefits to disproportionately impacted communities, especially in rules that address climate change. So we needed to define that. GHG mitigation measures is a concept we'll talk you through today. And then another biggie is regionally significant project. If you'll recall in Senate Bill 260, in requiring CDOT and the Transportation Commission to move forward in this area, it said for regionally significant projects, blah, 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 go do this. Well, the legislation didn't define what regionally significant project is. We have a term, a loose definition we've been using. The MPOs have their own. We needed something to standardize so that we were all talking about the same projects. You'll see we kind of took a step in that direction, but provide some flexibility here because there are different ways to approach what a regionally significant project is. But this is a really important one because this is our way of saying we're talking about I-270 and Floyd Hill and I-25 and big interchanges and not rural paving projects with this rule. Herman, Teresa, what did I miss here?
Just real quick, I would just, on the first bullet, it's amendments to regional plans that are regionally significant project amendments to those plans. It's not amendments to the actual projects. Minor.
And we spelled amendments terribly wrong. Where is Commissioner Zink?
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Vasquez has a question right here.
Just one point for clarification. As we've gone through these rules several times in the ad hoc committee, I pointed out we have potential confusion on the term baseline because in the greenhouse gas reduction roadmap that was published last year, baseline is actually a measured baseline. This is a modeled baseline. And so you'll see in the rule, there are baselines for each of the significant checkpoint years going forward, which in the greenhouse gas reduction roadmap don't exist. They're just looking at reductions over time to that 2005, I believe, baseline. Whereas this, each of those check years, they have modeled again what they expect to see in the future. So just for clarification.
Okay, Commissioner Hickey, did you have a comment?
Just quickly, that comment exemplified the input I received and we all received from my committee, which was just extremely helpful because of the expertise of these commissioners that were on the committee, which really helped me understand the language from both of their input. And we spent a lot of time and we did edit the rules. So I really appreciated their efforts and work.
Okay, Jennifer, you can go the next slide. Okay, so this is an attempt to sort of summarize what exactly is this rulemaking. So first, it applies both to CDOT and to the 5 metropolitan planning organizations. For the newer commissioners, I think you probably all know these by now, but DRCOG, North Front Range, Pikes Peak, Pueblo, and Grand Junction. So those are our 5 federally defined metropolitan planning organizations that have both state and federal requirements around planning. So they're sort of our sisters in planning. While it does apply to all 5 POs, eventually it's the implementation and requirements start first on DRCOG and the North Front Range, as well as CDOT. There's many reasons for that. That overlaps with the ozone non-attainment area. So you really take advantage of some of the co-benefits there because anytime you're reducing greenhouse gas emissions, you're also reducing ozone. But these are also the MPOs who, because they've been working in an ozone analysis space for many years, have the modeling capability to do this much more quickly than the other MPOs who haven't had to do the level of an analysis that will be required. So it provides a bit more time.
But because our MPO is we're exempt from this or not eventually, I'm a little confused because we have been in attainment always.
Correct. And so the consideration there for Grand Valley MPO, and we've been spending a lot of time with Dana and Dean on that team, is that, the MPO has modeling. They are sort of in this space and been giving us a lot of input. The way, however, we're proposing this is whereas the rest of us, the 2 Front Range MPOs and CDOT, have to start meeting this requirement for 2025. Grand Valley, PACOG, and PPACG have 2030 as their first date to achieve. So we catch them in their next plan cycle and don't require an immediate move like the others will have to do.
Oh, okay, because we are in attainment. If we stay in attainment, then we can pass the next 30, right?
Well,
Is that-
this will be an additional requirement regardless of the ozone status for Grand Valley.
In 2030.
Yes. Yep. Okay, so the basic premise is that MPOs and CDOT, as Commissioner Vasquez says, this whole rule is based on modeling. That's how we determine right now what the future emissions are from our transportation system. We do this for almost every single environmental assessment or environmental impact statement when we're trying to figure out the impacts of projects. And so it applies that same framework and says, all right, take your a plan you've adopted, run it through Eric Sabina's model, and it will tell us all the VMT that will travel the system as a result of those projects and population growth and land use. And we can then turn that VMT into greenhouse gas emissions through a model that EPA has developed called MOVES. So we have specific targets for every single MPO, as well as the non-MPO area, and that responsibility sits on CDOT's shoulders. And then as we'll walk you through, because it's a rulemaking, there has to be various levels of what happens if. So there's the first step is that if those targets that I'll show you can't be met, there's an option for all of us to commit to greenhouse gas reduction measures. And then we'll talk you through sort of the last step there in terms of enforcement. All this information will come to the Transportation Commission in the form of a required greenhouse gas report. So you will get the modeling data from all the MPOs, the results they found, the mitigation measures they committed to, the full story there. I'm going to have Herman, I think, cover the next slide, if that's okay. Or maybe I should can I do this one?
Wait, is that a joke? You gave me the complicated table? Was this what you meant for me to explain?
No, I thought you can
Okay.
do the next one. But Eric, if you want to come to the table, Eric Sabina. Sorry, I thought the next one was the easy enforcement slide.
I'd take a crack at it.
I'm going to have Eric speak to this slide, but let me point your eyes to a couple columns and rows. So that I mentioned there's regional targets. So look at the regional areas column and you see all 5 MPOs listed. And then it says CDOT non-MPO area. So we have our own budget for all the roads and land out there that's not within an MPO. So think of the map, we've got this as rural Colorado, as Eastern Plains, large geographic sections of the state. The bottom row, I'll also point your eye to, those are the total reductions we want to see from this rule in million metric tons. And I know those numbers probably don't mean anything without some context, but to give you some, look at 2030, that 2030 reduction level, and go all the way to the bottom, and you see that number there, 1.5. I'll tell you just to give you some idea what that means. Overall, the gap for the transportation sector as identified in the greenhouse gas roadmap is 4.7 million metric tons. That just we haven't adopted all the strategies to get that 4.7 million. So if we end up with this rule at 1.5 million metric tons, that's all right, engineers, 1.5 million of 4.7, I'm not really sure, 25% or so of that total gap. So it's not solving all the problem that we have, not by a long shot, but it's a significant contribution towards addressing the goals.
Rebecca, on this table, those projections include projected population increases that we expect. Thanks.
Yes, and I look to Eric to nod. The last thing I'll say, and see if Eric wants to chime in, unlike most rulemakings where if you've looked at like an EPA rule, the standards tighten over time because we assume technology will get better and we'll get smarter. You can see our reduction levels actually go down over time in this rule. And there's a really important reason for that. It's because we are assuming that in 2050, every vehicle out there is an electric vehicle. And if you're asking an electric vehicle to drive less, you're not really accomplishing much from a greenhouse gas perspective because they're zero emitting vehicles. So the impact of reducing travel and getting people onto buses is quite a bit watered down, especially in 2050. Now, if we don't meet our targets and we don't have as many electric vehicles as we hope to, I think that's something that future commissions will need to reevaluate every 5-10 years. But right now, because this is a rule sort of focused on our built system and what that does to how people travel, it just doesn't mean as much when everything's electric, if that makes sense. There's other reasons to think about VMT. We still have to widen roads and there's still a societal impact of having to drive everywhere. It just doesn't have a tailpipe greenhouse gas impact. Eric, what would you add here?
I don't know if I'd add a whole lot. I mean, I think you guys have kind of hit the topic. Just very briefly, I guess, reiterate that this analysis comes from CDOT's statewide travel model, and then working with the Air Pollution Control Division at the Department of Health to take the outputs from the travel model and stick them into the front end of what's called the MOVES model. It's EPA's official air quality model that is used for both what they call criteria pollutants, ozone and carbon monoxide and the like. And it also produces greenhouse gas outcomes. And so the outcomes that you see are those ones, especially at the bottom under total, as has already been noted. Those are modeled outcomes that we describe as the baseline in those every other column that says baseline 2025, 2030, and so on. And then the reduction levels are associated with those and apportioned out to the MPOs. And as Rebecca already knew, is that better this way? You guys are more experienced with these things than me. And the 2025 reduction levels are noted as NA for Pikes Peak, Grand Valley, and Paycog, and those will be taken up in subsequent years. And I think that's all I need to maybe just reiterate.
Mr. Vasquez.
There we go. As we've heard, captured in this model is anticipation of penetration of EVs. Is that only for passenger vehicles or does it include light duty delivery trucks? How deep did you get into the portfolio of transportation in the modeling?
At this point, we've only been assuming that we're getting to approximately 100% of light duty vehicles in 2050 and a sort of a gradual ramping up to that level through the years. We're not addressing medium and heavy duty in this analysis so far.
Oh, thank you. Can you just give us an estimate currently, what percentage of the tailpipe emissions we're worried about come from light duty versus medium and freight level?
I'm going to give you a somewhat of a guess based on, a lot of working with these models, but not a solid number in my head. I think it's around 85% of total greenhouse gas emissions come from the light duty vehicle fleet.
Commissioner Garcia.
I've been seeing some literature on electric planes. And I know you've been talking about tailpipe data, but is there any consideration for that, or how, in 2050, we might have a whole new fleet of aircraft, so.
Yeah, aviation is a tricky one. It is actually a significant part of the greenhouse gas profile for Colorado. It's, gosh, I want to say 6 million metric tons, to give you a sense. However, we have very little jurisdiction there because of the FAA. And so we've been working a lot with David Ulane, who, by the way, is extremely excited about the premise of electric planes. I think we just have to wait for that technology to be approved. However, what we are looking at is, help me here, it's essentially a biofuel for planes that has been approved. It's only used right now, I think, in Telluride and Vail airports. It's very expensive, but I think our aeronautics group is sort of interested in having some conversations about what we could do as a state to bring that type of fuel. It can be used in existing airplanes. It's essentially, I think, cellulosic fuel. So that is where we might see the most sort of Colorado impact, and then just hope and wait and see what the technology is for airplanes.
Commissioner Brackey.
Oh, great. Thank you. And again, amazing work by all of the staff and by the ad hoc committee to pull all of this together. It's really incredible. I just wanted to share one of the questions that I have heard from folks from the North Front Range MPO was, would it be possible to share, and maybe it's in your presentation, but to share how these numbers translate to a per capita level? Like, as you're saying, these numbers seem big, and million metric tons is a kind of a hard thing to get your hand around, but if people could translate it down to a number that was per capita, that might be helpful for people to get their minds around more. They also had some technical questions around the modeling and the project list, but I can just email that to you if that's okay.
Commissioner, I don't have the per capita off the top of my head, but we can easily calculate that and provide it to you.
Okay, I know we're behind on the agenda. I'll turn to the next slide and let Herman, do you want to cover the next few, and then I'll have Teresa cover that outreach?
Sure, be happy to. So there's two important pieces of the rule when it comes to how we're determining whether we're in compliance with those targets that you saw on the previous slide. The first we've already talked about, it's the modeling of those regionally significant projects that you can measure in the modeling. The second piece is this collection of mitigation measures. So we don't have those precisely in the rule yet. But the rule does say by April 2022, CDOT will work with the commission on developing some policies and procedures for those mitigation measures. And we've listed a lot of examples in the rule as to what mitigation measures might be. And you can see these on the slide here. But what's important with the mitigation measures and this mitigation action plan is if an MPO or CDOT and non-MPO areas aren't meeting those targets based on the modeling, we can have either hopefully a measurable, how much a pedestrian access or a corridor reduces GHG, or can assign some value or a point system to that would help you get your greenhouse gas down to get into compliance. So it's taking those two things together that would allow you to hit the target that needs to be hit. So we look forward to the next 6 months or so and figuring out how many of these we can articulate in policy and procedure. We think that there will be a whole bunch of them. We also think it's important that not be in the rule, because these are living things that we can change and update as we go and discover things. So that's an important piece as well. So questions on mitigation measures? All right, next slide.
Commissioner Stewart.
Thanks. I just had a comment. Didn't we put in there including but not limited to?
Yes.
Yeah, because I think that was important to us on the committee, ad hoc committee, because of what you just said. Things change and there could be other opportunities. Yeah.
APCD confirmation verification. So this is a piece that we recognize that the Air Pollution Control Division is the check body to make sure that the assumptions that we're creating, we're making, and that the MPOs are making are accurate. So there is a piece in this that CDOT and the MPOs create a GHG transportation report, which ends up being your decision-making document. Did DRCOG hit their levels? Did CDOT and non-MPO areas hit their levels? Before that gets to you, it goes to the Air Pollution Control Division, and they have some time to look at that to verify and confirm that the numbers and assumptions that are in that report are accurate. So that gives you you're not expected to be the technical experts on modeling. APCD can help with that, and they'll report back to us on whether those assumptions in the transportation report are accurate. There's also a piece in there, if it takes them longer than 30 days to respond, then it would be deemed accepted so that it can move forward. There isn't a delay in development or adoption of a transportation plan based on waiting for their comments. Questions about role of APCD in this? All right, next slide. Enforcement, want me to take enforcement too? Okay, so if CDOT or an MPO can't demonstrate that the reduction levels are met, then there's a few things that happen. Now, again, this is after they've taken into account the mitigation measures, they've done the modeling, and we're still just a little bit off. Then there is an enforcement. And this is one of the compelling reasons why it's the Transportation Commission that owns these rules and not some other board, is because you have the ability to do some of this enforcement. The first piece is in Senate Bill 260. It says if by October 2022, the DRCOG, the North Front Range MPO, and CDOT haven't updated our transportation plans to be in compliance with, as it turns out, this rule, then our multimodal options funds beginning in FY23 will be restricted for use for projects that and mitigation measures that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're not taking the money, we're not choosing the projects for them. They're still choosing those projects, or CDOT is choosing our projects, but they're restricted in how we can choose those projects. Moving beyond 2022 and into everyone's plans, there are additional restrictions with federal funds. So if an MPO receives STBG, Surface Transportation Block Grant dollars, which North Front Range, DRCOG, and Pikes Peak receive, or if they receive CMAQ funds, which currently DRCOG and North Front Range receive CMAQ funds, those funds, if they don't reach their targets in the table, those funds would be restricted for use on projects or programs, mitigation measures that reduce GHG. So we're still not taking their money. We're still not prioritizing those projects for them. They're just restricted in the use of some of their funds, those $2. For CDOT, if an MPO's plan doesn't meet the targets, or if in a non-MPO area we're not meeting our targets, then CDOT's 10-year plan funds that go towards regionally significant projects would also be restricted for use on projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So there's another piece to this on the next slide, but I want to pause there because I'm sure there'll be some questions.
Oh, okay, we'll do the next slide, and I know there's questions.
So the Transportation Commission also has the ability to, under specific circumstances, to acknowledge that, okay, an MPO or CDOT and non-MPO areas didn't meet your reduction targets, but there's a particular project perhaps that is really critical to move. Maybe it's a really important safety project, doesn't do anything negative towards greenhouse gas emissions, and there's lots of mitigation measures and lots of funds, all of their funds have been restricted, whatever, and they're still just not there. The commission can allow a particular project to go forward as long as that particular project doesn't result in a substantial increase in greenhouse gas emissions. So this will be a much discussed provision in the rule. We're expecting both support and opposition to this one, but it's in there in the current.
Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, Herman. That really helped explain that business about the waiver. I think is really important for the commission to maintain flexibility. I wanted to ask you and Kathy a legal question. It's on page 6 of the rule. It says if compliance still cannot be demonstrated, even after committing to greenhouse gas mitigation measures, the commission shall restrict the use of certain funds and requiring that dollars be focused on projects that help reduce emissions, et cetera. The question I have is, I know you've gone through the statutes and the laws, and it's okay. Has there ever been a precedent of the Transportation Commission being in an enforcement position like this or compliance?
I might have to get back to you. I don't know.
Trying to make it a tough question. It's just that we're all new. Most of us are new commissioners. And I'm just trying to ensure that 2 years from now, when we're in this position and we have to deal with an MPO who didn't comply and tried, we are going to be, in a way, kind of a judge. And I'm not sure, I think we need a little more training on this as to how to do it correctly. And Herman answered some of the question with the waiver, but I think that's an issue we should spend some more time on.
I think the commission's always had the ability to not approve plans. I just don't think that ever happens because it's such a collaborative process. So I think it's been there that, I mean, the commission is the entity that approves the plans. I don't know that I can come up with an example of when that's happened. No, you're correct. It's going to be tough. Legally, do I think you can do it? I do, but it's going to be tough.
Okay, so Executive Director Lou, I keep calling you by your first name. Executive Director Lou, would you like to speak?
I would.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I want to give a little bit of context for sort of how this uses tools that exist in other regulations that work, because, while, this is quite novel in its approach, and I don't think the commission has executed the authorities that it has always had that would be invoked here. It is crafted in a way that is intended to utilize tools that exist in other functional regulations at both the federal and the state level. Specifically, it sort of pulls in a few different kind of pre-existing authorities that are tested in the world of both environmental regulation and highway regulation and kind of melds them together. The first is that the enforcement mechanism is built off of the way that the Federal Highway Administration Safety Program works. So Rebecca mentioned at some point earlier in this very long day that there was a scenario where CDOT could lose flexibility with certain safety funds because of not meeting safety targets. That's a very tried and true regulatory concept in implementation of Title 23 of the US Code. So, what we adopted with the enforcement mechanism was specifically intended to mimic a concept that is known in the highway regulation world. The concept of the mitigation list that Herman spoke about, is again new here, but it's mimicked off of the federal off-cycle credit menu that exists in vehicular regulation. And then, of course, the cycles are built in, using planning cycles that exist already, whether that's the federal ones or the state ones. Rebecca, what am I missing in terms of our, borrowing precedents from other places? Yeah, HSIP. Yeah. So those are kind of a few different ways that we try to borrow concepts that are not just exist, but are known in the community of practice, so that nothing in here is coming out of the sky, but rather coming out of modifying concepts that have been in place for a long time. I think from our limited testing of this with kind of skilled practitioners, the people who know. And, whether or not they all agree with it, the people who are kind of skilled in our programs immediately picked up on how that worked. And I think at least thought it was clever, whether or not they, would have preferred to do it at their own impetus. So I think we're on a good track in terms of not trying things that are totally coming out of the blue. But yes, it does put the commission in a space where, you might be doing things that you haven't done before, though to Kathy's point, the authority has already existed. And we were very specific to only invoke funds where the authority has already existed.
Thank you. I appreciate the problem is that people here are people of interest in this type of technical information, and we might need to make sure that in Yuma County, Montezuma County, and people farther away from Denver understand exactly how this will happen, because when you read the rule, and many people will not read the rule. So I think when we get into public comment period, it would be worth it to calm people down proactively, because enforcement and compliance always are probably a hot button issue. That's just a suggestion.
Totally agree. And I also think that one of the reasons that it's written so that the direct intermediaries will be the MPOs is because the MPOs know how all the concepts we just described worked, and they are bodies which to varying degrees have the capacity and the knowledge of those things. And, Yuma and Montezuma County would never be in the position of having to be the direct implementer of this, nor would it really implicate them, except in so much as we as CDOT would be complying in a rural area where there, if there were a capacity project, which hasn't happened in a long time in Yuma or Montezuma County, we would have to go through the process as the state, but they would never have to do any direct compliance work, and it would only fall to the larger entities, meaning the MPOs.
And if we ever do repave I-76, that might be a major program that we could talk about. Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to add that we were careful, and I especially worked with our attorneys to maintain this within our quasi-legislative authority rather than quasi-judicial. So I wanted to end our discussion with that note that is our intent, that we retain it within that authority rather than acting as a judge, as was mentioned early. And so that means something maybe only to the lawyers in the room, but it could be important.
Vince, did you have
So one of the things I remember in my history is the fact that the federal government withheld transportation money from the state because, or unless they would reduce the DUI level. Okay. And so, but there were a number of years that the state legislature didn't do it. And so they held money back from us.
A couple of quick questions. One, this last conversation I want to dive on first. If we do ultimately get into the enforcement business, then that does sound like we are transitioning away from a legislative or an executive function over into a quasi judicial function. So I didn't know for sure if we already have rules or if we're putting together rules that will help assist us to work through any kind of quasi judicial functions such as hearing processes and that sort of thing. I didn't know for sure if we already had that. Counties do, we do it, cities do it, lots of jurisdictions do it, but I didn't know for sure if we've done it here yet.
And I just want to point out, she's just a tremendous help. Teresa Thompson Walsh is another attorney in the AG's office. She's on virtually right now. I'd like to talk about that. We would like to not consider this to be quasi judicial, and that this is a judicial function. We do have, and we've, I don't think we're being too clever. We've taken out the word appeal. There is a process for reconsideration. I think we might have some stakeholders who will argue that we, and if just for the group, if we are being judicial, there's a chance that they could take this to an administrative court for some type of appeal hearing. But we've done quite a bit of work. We've really thought about this, and we would like to, our position right now is that we have not entered that realm yet, but I don't know. And I'm very curious. I'm hoping we get some public comment on this. This isn't easy. It really isn't. I mean, we're entering a different, just a different role. But the Transportation Commission is a legislative body. It's not a judicial body. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, this is one little piece that I worked on. CDOT staff worked on so much else, but yeah, no, it's open for discussion, I think.
Well, thank you for that. I'll watch that as we go, because typically anytime you're talking about enforcement, you are talking about quasi judicial. So it's the only reason why I raised the question. The second question that I have is, reading down through the proposed rules, we're taking a look at regions and regional activities and that sort of thing. Are we also taking a look from a more broad perspective of major transportation corridors and then the cooperative efforts that would need to take place between regions along those corridors? Thinking the I-25 corridor north to south, the I-70 corridor east to west, because having pieces of the pie may not be the only way to take a look at it. Looking at it from the entire perspective of what kind of, what our baseline is today off of those major transportation corridors, and then the various kind of things that can be done from a cooperative perspective of all of the MPOs and TPRs, other kind of governments that are up and down those corridors, and looking at it from a broad perspective. I know we're looking at it statewide. I know that we're looking at it region-wide. I did not know if we were looking at it from the perspective of a cooperative effort along major transportation corridors as a major contributor to greenhouse gas.
It's a really interesting point, Commissioner Hart. I could tell you, in our drafting team spent a lot of time thinking about these sort of, they're somewhat arbitrary geographic boundaries, right? They're political boundaries, not, and we do have corridors like I-25 that cross through 3 regions. I think, if I could just say that's something I think we'll have to chew on and see what comments we get. I completely understand the point you're making there. We have the same sort of overlap in a way with the MPOs. If you look at an MPO's regional transportation plan, most of the projects are CDOT projects because of the planning partnership we have there. And so we were very thoughtful in trying to craft this that recognized that overlap. I just need to, I guess, think more about that point and how we could address it in the rule. I don't know, Herman, okay. All right.
Well, and thank
point.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca. And one of the reasons why I was thinking about it is when we talk about that, some of the potential solutions are the increased mobility proposals that we have. Our sister entity and the Front Range Rail activity is a potential solution.
Mm-hmm.
Bustang being feeder lines to that kind of a line, as well as feeder line to the Southwest Chief line and the Zephyr line. Though increased use of those type of systems in the future by the public rather than being on the highways driving might be a potential mitigating factor for the creation of greenhouse gas.
Yeah, good point. Thank you.
Vince, you have another point to make?
I think we have to give some consideration to greenhouse gases that come from other areas. We have a great example of the smoke that's inundated from the western states west of us. So what about the greenhouse gases that move in and over Colorado? That has an impact, I think. And how is that going to impact how we measure stuff?
Well, good point. And that the funny that greenhouse gases are a global pollutant, right? So in so many ways, it doesn't matter where the emissions are because it all goes into the atmosphere. It's not like our other pollutants that have a very localized impact. However, I guess to your point, we're only going to be looking at the vehicles that drive in our state and the emissions resulting from those. And our models allow us to do that. Certainly we're part of a nationwide global problem and there's lots of fingers to point, but we'll be able to identify exactly what is attributed to transportation in Colorado. I get that question a lot. Yeah.
Commissioner Beatty.
have, I think, several points. The non-MPO, I assume would tie in all the rural areas. So a capacity project in a non-MPO to add a lane. How would those be counted to meet? It could reduce congestion or miles traveled, delays, amount of time of vehicles emitting on other routes. How is that going to be calculated to say we're making the system more efficient, but in this corridor, we're increasing volume in the plan to reduce volumes elsewhere. So how do you account for that? And is there a penalty to that non-MPO area to then they would lose potentially their 10-year plan dollars to do other surface treatments, other projects in that area? I'm trying to understand how the penalty piece for the 10-year plan, is that just projects in that area? And if those plans weren't an expansion, are they still liable to be taken away? So, okay.
Yeah, no, these are all super good questions. So I think just to start out, just a really important point, because this is focused only on regionally significant projects, the impact on parts of the state that rarely, if ever, see those types of projects is quite small. So when I look beyond the Front Range, it's just my time at CDOT, and think of an example of a regionally significant project in a more rural area, I think of Durango US 550 160, and it was a $100 million project. That for that area is a once in a generation type project. And that is the type of project we would look at. I think I would say with quite a bit of confidence, adding a passing lane on a stretch of, say, 71, that is not a regionally significant project. That's not the type of project that is going to dramatically change travel patterns, encourage more driving, really affect how people move in a way, in making a fundamental change to our transportation network. That being said, for those, I think, unicorns where you have these big game changer projects outside of our defined metro areas, that would be a project we'd have to look at in context with everything else. So there's not a focus on one single project. It is when CDOT looks at the non-MPO area, we look at every single project and put it into the model and look at the cumulative story. Then we look at all those mitigation measures. Then if we're still at the level, we say, okay, what's out there and what's going on and what can we do about it? If there are no regionally significant projects to turn the dial on, then that's where we stop, because there's, we've tried, I think, everything at that point.
Commissioner Vasquez?
I want to follow up on it because one of the things that has been looked at is to 4-lane from 76 to I-70 to basically allow the bypass of the 76 traffic of having to go through Denver to get to the southern Front Range to Colorado Springs, or coming north to get on up to the northern Front Range the other direction off of the 287 I-70 corridor. I would say that's regionally significant to the state because it's an efficiency and trying to get that system to work more efficiently, reduce congestion in the metro areas and still get freight primarily. The other travel is minimal, most likely. You're primarily addressing freight or through traffic does not need to go through the metro area. So how would that sort of a project or a Highway 34 from Fort Morgan to finish that corridor, that some of it's 4-lane, some of it's still 2-lane, to make that be more efficient? I mean, there are segments of highway out there that I can see rising to the level of regionally significant that could help reduce things, but because of potential increase on that one, I'm just trying to figure out. I know current policy is not wanting to do any of those, but at some point with more people coming to the state, we still have to get goods and services in and out, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say quite simply that it probably would capture those projects, but that capturing them doesn't mean that it makes them impossible to do, right? I mean, we're doing this rule concurrently with putting out Floyd Hill, right, which will be one of the biggest capacity projects we've done in years. And I think we have every intention of, using that as a case study to show how you mitigate a big project to make it possible to do. I think, yes, it will capture some of these, but capturing it in the analysis doesn't necessarily mean you can't do it.
Can the mitigation take place elsewhere? Because in rural Colorado, transit's not going to reduce. I mean, a lot of that mitigation would have to be done elsewhere because
Well,
transit and some of those things, it's not going to do any reduction.
well, it's structured by region. So by definition, you have things that go up on the ledger and things that go down, and it has to hit a number in aggregate. So it doesn't necessarily, I think there's going to be a dialogue in some places, specifically in the metropolitan areas, about making sure that disproportionately impacted communities in particular accrue the benefits of mitigation, right? Like, on a Central 70, right? You want the communities who are impacted by it to be the ones who accrue the benefit. But, writ large for the tally for a region, it's going to calculate everything together. So you have, things with the plus and things with the minus, and you have to hit the number.
So yes.
Right, that was a long way of saying yes.
Commissioner Vasquez, yeah. Is the light touch?
Oh, there.
There you go.
Technical lesson. I just want to come back to Vince's comment if I can, and I'm going to test my understanding with you, Rebecca. So you were talking about greenhouse gases being global, and of course they are. And, we are impacted by emissions from other states and other regions. No question. My understanding of the way this rule is working, it's based on modeling what we can forecast from specific projects and the state projects in total. It does not include measuring and monitoring. It is a modeling exercise. So the state greenhouse gas reduction roadmap is a different animal. And this is our modeled contribution to meeting the goals of the state. Do I understand
That's a
that
good
correctly?
point. Yeah, good point.
That is, I will note, there is a requirement in the rule that every 5 years, we do sort of a report on what the actual emissions are, which we can get at by, we know exactly how many vehicle miles are traveled in Colorado every year because we count all that. We also have gasoline sales. So every 5 years, there'll be a report that just sort of says, okay, how are we doing on this journey? So it's not all just modeling, but you're completely correct, Commissioner Vasquez.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Brackey, did you have a comment?
Yeah, that was perfect timing because that was what my question was. Again, I keep thinking about similarities and thinking about how this is similar to the air quality requirements that we already do. And so it sounds like that it would be similar in the sense that we do forecasting around air quality emission reduction. And then there's the air quality monitoring devices that sort of cross-check that data. And this, what I'm hearing, I just double check if I'm hearing it right, is that the process would work where we would do the forecasting and then every 5 years we do the, in a sense, ground counts, so to speak, to verify that. Okay, thanks. I think that's helpful because then there's checks and balances. It's not all built upon the modeling. Okay, thanks.
All right, we should probably talk about the public comment period and get you the rest of your agenda back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you could just kind of cover that quickly. We're going
Okay.
to be discussing this a lot, but if you'll cover that quickly, because we've got a couple more.
Okay, let me turn it over to Teresa. I'll do this slide real quick. You all saw the rule went out on Monday. Worked with Matt's team, got a press release out, a story in Colorado Public Radio, which was great. We've hit social media. We sent about 800 emails out. And we're working on additional documents to make sure, just given the complexity of this, that people have things at their fingertips to understand this. If you go to the next slide, Teresa, you want to take this?
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. So this has Providence on our CDOT website. When you go to our main page, you'll see the opportunity to sign up either for hearings or to submit written comments. So just want to highlight that we are already getting written comments in. So I've been alerted that those are already coming. So it's available and accessible on our website. I think this was an item that you had asked specifically for at our last meeting, so I just wanted to highlight that. Our next slide, please. Also, just to kind of highlight that right now, there are 8 public rulemaking hearings across the state. There are virtual and in-person options. You'll see we cover everywhere here, Durango, Grand Junction, Denver, Colorado Springs, the South Metro area, Lyman, Fort Collins, and Glenwood Springs. What we'll do at those virtual and in-person, so if people want to attend in person, they can. If not, they can actually just Zoom in. We'll go over, provide an overview of the rule concepts, and then provide an opportunity for public testimony. Depending on how many people sign up, we can gauge our timing for that public testimony. We also are planning to offer Spanish interpretation at those hearings as well. In addition to those hearings, we also have a 60-day written comment period that extends through October 15th. So as I said, that comment period is already open, and we are already receiving comments in. So people can do either or both. The next slide, please. This is our graphic just to kind of give you a sense of where we are. So we have noticed, and we are in that 60-day written comment period window. And we anticipate, we now can update this now that we have the rulemaking hearings to show those hearings. So we can do that now. And then our plan is to bring this to the Transportation Commission for consideration for adoption in November. And with that schedule, the rule would become effective on January 14th of 2022. And the reason for that timing is that provides CDOT and those 2 MPOs that we mentioned earlier the opportunity to know what's in the rule as finalized in order to comply by that October 2022 date.
I think that's it.
And thank you for moving it to 8 hearings. I think that's really important. Commissioner Hickey.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, just to clarify, we have a hearing examiner who will actually run the hearings, but my committee members, I thank them again, and I have committed for one commissioner to be at each hearing, and we'll have a little intro welcome on behalf of the commission at each of those from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to allow one more comment. We've got to move along here. So one more comment from, no, Commissioner Garcia, please. No. I insist now. You're on the spot, my dear. Yeah, make your comment.
I was just curious. I was trying to find the article on the Colorado Sun about CDPHE's punt on their rules and pressure from Chamber of Commerce and others. Are you feeling any of that, or what are we doing to get in front of that, I guess?
A hell of a ground game. We have been, we've had about several hundred stakeholder meetings. And we're just out there. I think Teresa and Herman will meet with anyone and have been talking through this. It's a very complicated rule. The 60 days for the public comment period is purposeful as well. It's usually 30. The 8 hearings is purposeful. And we, as I think Commissioner Hickey noted at the outset, that input, I think folks are seeing in reflection in the document they get. So not to say that CDPHE didn't do a lot of work as well, but I think we've been able to kind of watch them and see. And we're also in our home base here, right? Transportation planning. We know all the stakeholders, and I think people have been exceedingly receptive to talking to us, which has been great.
Well, it's going to be some really interesting times ahead. And like I said, I'm so appreciative of the 8 meetings throughout the state. You've covered the whole state, and that's really good. And I appreciate that decision. Any further questions? Yes, Commissioner
I
Bass.
hate to break your rule about one more, but I think we need to fashion a new type of award for Rebecca and Teresa and other staff who've been out listening to all of the input. It's a whiplash award because they have gone from pillar to post. There's no way to satisfy everybody, and they've done such an amazing job and will continue to do so in being open as we want them to be to all the input that we can get. So thank you for all the work you put into this.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's move on to Are you ready? Let's move on to our walking down Main Street listening tour. Nathan, if you're ready.
It sounds like a country music song, but it's actually a country music song. No, I think Commission knows Nathan Lindquist at this point, our first ever land use specialist in the planning team. He's been doing just a tremendous job out there listening to communities. So take it away, Nathan.
Okay, it seems like the trick is not to speak directly into it to avoid the static. Hello, Commission. My name is Nathan Lindquist. As Rebecca said, I'll try and go quickly through this. I know you're behind on time, but over May and June with Director Liu and other staff, we went down a walking down Main Street listening tour and visited about 20 communities. And the purpose was really to hear about what worked well with the Revitalizing Main Street program, what we can look at going forward with it, and see what is going on in the communities of the state. Next slide, please. So just as you heard earlier, we've done a lot of awards, and we've got $85 million in SB 260. So we're looking at how to structure the program in the future with the input of local jurisdictions. Next. You can go to the next one, or whoever is doing it. So we heard about their downtown opportunities and challenges, and we really wanted to talk to them about the collaboration involved with our multimodal investments and their downtown visions. There's just so many communities around the state that have diverse visions for their downtown areas, but there's a lot of commonalities as well. And so for CDOT, focusing on downtowns can help as far as if locals are locating housing and jobs near multimodal options, it can reduce congestion and air pollution, and we can all have a win-win there. They're reaching their vision, and CDOT's helping the functioning of the transportation system. And then we also know that the initial cost of the infrastructure needed in the downtown can be high, but there's good long-term benefits if we can help with that. Next slide, please. So people are very enthusiastic about the program we found, and there's a lot of good work going on. So to sum up some of the areas that the Revitalizing Main Street program can help with, looking at some of the pedestrian and outdoor dining spaces that happened during the last year with COVID, and how they can become permanent if that makes sense. And we talked, I think you heard in your last July meeting about the RFPs we're working on that will retain some technical assistance to help communities think that through. And then there's a need for just basic bike ped improvements on a lot of main streets, especially in the rural and small town areas of the state where we've gotten a lot of good applications for that. And so that's a great thing to help with. And then you've got new housing going in downtowns. You've got suburban communities that are building new downtowns in other TOD areas. A lot of aging commercial development that's converting to residential uses where multimodal can be helpful. And then finally, of course, in just all these things is safety is a continually big theme we heard. Next slide. So we'll do some quick case studies, and this is just to give you a flavor of what's going on around the state. In Pueblo, they're doing great work. They've really got a lot of great downtown assets. The Arkansas Riverwalk, trails, train depot, and then they want to revitalize their Union Avenue and Main Street with new streetscapes. And they're also looking at housing. And they really want to tie all these things together to kind of spur their economic revitalization. Next slide. Broomfield is doing a great job with kind of TOD, of course, as a historically suburban communities. They are looking to add kind of new downtowns and then places where more dense housing can go near, hopefully, future transit. Next slide. Wellington, a good example of a place that lacks the revenue that some of their neighbors have. And so their main street has a lot of issues with ADA, and then just it's not very functional, as you can see from the flooding going on there. So they're a good example of a place that could have a lot of benefit to Main Street improvements as they grow and take on more of the growth of the region. Next slide. Another main theme that we heard was state highways serving as main streets. And this is something that comes up frequently, I know, and I've heard Transportation Commission talk about it. But obviously the historic purpose is to move freight and is through traffic and commuting traffic as well. But then you're seeing more cities around the state adding downtown housing, pedestrian-oriented businesses, and so an increasing desire in their kind of downtown visions for a walkable urban environment. So looking to balance these needs is a key. Next slide. Alamosa is a great example. They won the governor's award for their downtown plan, and really impressive community outreach and support. And so they've restriped US 160, not 50, apologies for that. And so that's been their first step to see how their main street, which is a state highway, can function with more outdoor dining spaces and pedestrian improvements. And so their next step would be potentially design and construction of permanent improvements, but they're of course one of the communities where local funding is pretty constrained. Grand Junction also has a really good downtown master plan, and they kind of want to add new districts from their downtown to the river. We're obviously partnering with them on the mobility hub and I-70B design along these lines. Next slide. Centennial, an interesting case of another kind of traditionally suburban community that is transitioning to more residential as the big box stores close. And so there's some potential with state highways along that potentially for multimodal to help connect to new residential. Next slide. So then another thing we heard was that growth pressures and housing shortages are a major factor around the state. Obviously, it's something everyone's aware of, but citizens are aware of the growth. Cities are finding that downtowns to be a part of the solution if they've got public support. And so they're kind of looking at how to adapt their downtown zoning codes to encourage denser development while limiting the impacts on established neighborhoods. Next slide. So a couple examples of that, Colorado Springs is doing, I think, has one of the most impressive downtown zoning codes out there. They have really done a good job of encouraging density, reducing parking minimums, and investing in amenities and making partnerships with the downtown business communities. You can see one of their art projects there with Director Liu and others reflected. Next slide. Glenwood Springs also really high demand for housing. They're constrained by geography, but they've got this congestion problem on Highway 82 coming through town. And so they've been really proactive, I think, in addressing the problem and working with the community, but it's just a good example of that push and pull between solving a transportation problem through new housing, but also the difficulties of doing that when the community is seeing a lot of change in a quick way. Next slide. So moving forward, and a lot of these things are things that CDOT's already doing a really good job of, but we want to look at with future revitalizing Main Street funding, having technical assistance that can help institutionalize a lot of these innovations that have happened. So we've got the small grants and the large grants already, but setting aside some funding for technical assistance is important. And then just a little more collaboration with communities is always a good thing, and kind of continue and build on what CDOT already does. And then some of these temporary street configurations that have happened during COVID have also been something that allows both locals and CDOT to potentially test things in the field before you design the permanent improvements. Another thing we can do is convene partners to develop the next round of the large revitalizing Main Street grant criteria, and start to just think about what kind of grant criteria would we choose to kind of help the communities that are doing a great job with their downtown strategies, and then encourage others to follow the communities that are being great models, and like some of the ones we just talked about. Next slide. we're working with DOLA and CEO on that same question of the grant criteria and some of the other American Rescue Plan funding that might come out towards this area, and how can different agencies work along the same lines so that the folks doing housing and the folks doing transportation are thinking about it in similar ways. And you're hopefully encouraging then communities to really think about that kind of interaction of where housing and other jobs are going along with where the transit and multimodal is going. Number 4, convening conversation where locals are interested in regional collaboration. I think that's something we do already, and obviously will become more important in the future with everything you were just talking about. And then 5, thinking about the transportation system's fiscal sustainability and downtown success. If downtown succeed and we can reduce the amount of infrastructure we have to build over time, in the same way that reduces VMTs, that also can help with CDOT's infrastructure maintenance obligations. I was at the city of Rifle prior to March, and so we had done a lot of that kind of planning around our street maintenance and thinking about how if we could do more downtown housing, that would reduce, the amount of funding we would have to get for Rifle's future street maintenance. So how that can scale up would be an interesting thing to investigate. So that's all I have. But it was great to get out and see the communities and learn from them. And that's kind of about what we hope to do going forward, just to learn from what cities and counties and towns are doing around the state. So thank you. I'll take any questions.
Okay, I'm going to start, if you don't mind. I'm going to use the bully puppet here. I have Nathan, this is a new position. And so I'm sure it's been really interesting, but my first question is, and I'm sure everybody has questions, and enjoyed the report, the pictures, they were great and really enjoyed them. But my question is, all of these issues, how closely are you working with the RTDs and the local transportation? Because all of these, our local RTDs are really, especially I know in our regional out where we are, they're so tied into what's necessary for low-income housing. And so I'm just wondering, are you working strictly with like the DOLA and the communities, or are you working with our transportation first to understand how that fits in with this? Is my question.
All of the above. Yeah, the RTDs were involved with the listening tour and came along, and I think it takes an all of the above solution to that.
Okay, well, because I saw DOLA and CEO up there, which is important, but I just want to make sure that because in the transportation issues, I just find in working, they are so tuned into where that can work, and especially like places like Rifle and the low income housing. And so Gary, you're next with questions.
Mine's what we do with the city streets helping communities improve. I really support and kind of whatever they see fitting into their communities. With the state highways pieces where they're asking major changes to a state highway that may either restrict or slow, especially the freight pieces getting through a community. We need to be sure that we're making sure that those corridors are still operating efficiently for those, especially the freight, because they're on timeframes that they have to get from point A to point B. And if they get delayed going through a town 10, 15 minutes, they're more likely to try to pick that up in between, which then they're speeding or making other poor choices. On our highway out by Hugo this last weekend, we had 3 semis collide, 1 burned, 2 fatalities at least. Just a really bad incident. And I have a feeling it was partly somebody's trying to get to their destination because they're running on that clock period. They have to get somewhere to stop. And so we trying to balance that, as you mentioned in your deal, but I just want to make sure that we're keeping that kind of in the forefront. I keep hearing the idea about road diets. That's great for a community street or a community road, but for state highways, if it's adding time to people that are trying to travel through, or there's not a good alternative route to get around these areas that are being restricted,
those are considerations I think we need to make sure we're building into this process. To make sure if they want to restrict a state highway, especially that they have an alternative route for people to get through efficiently. Because adding the housing and all that's good for other factors, but at a certain point, it becomes not effective for the people needing to get through. So just as we work through that process, just land use piece, one that's always gotten me is our access controls. Going north alignment on our state highway there, we're getting single housing units spaced out rather far, and each one's putting in their own driveway. If there's a way to encourage local communities to look at making sure they combined access points more so along state highways, so you can reduce those conflict points and keep at least the arteries that the state highway system is working efficiently, that we're not adding pinch points or clogs into a system that needs to be the artery system supplying the body. Just some of those factors as we look forward in those. Otherwise, I think it's a really good project or program, getting those developments and improvements in communities, sidewalks, all those things a lot of communities need, but just trying to figure out how we can make sure we keep our state system operating efficiently. And that sometimes conflicts with the local communities' wishes of restricting that access or the speeds and things that really the statewide system needs to keep maintained. So
Actually, we sort of find that quite often. I'm thinking about some of my little communities out there. It's kind of that balancing act. They want the traffic there, but yeah, you got to keep it moving. So that's definitely. Commissioner Stewart, I believe you're next.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Nathan. I had the privilege of being at one of your walking tours over there in Broomfield, and I want to comment on a slide that had two things that I think are really important. And one of those is partnership, and the other is the chicken and the egg of housing with transit. Partnerships are difficult when some agencies don't want to partner. And I'm going to refer to the Regional Transportation District, known in the Denver metro area as RTD. And we have a number of opportunities to partner with RTD, and they are not willing to do it because they are they're cash poor, they're budget poor, they have all kinds of excuses as to why they don't want to partner. And it complicates things because housing next to transit is ideal. And many cities like Broomfield, for example, do a master plan and invest a lot of money in a master plan and try to do one every 5 to 10 years. And they look at their planning efforts based on where there are arterial connections within a transportation taxing district that in all probability should be getting transit to that site. If you wait until transit comes, then the land around that transit is too expensive to put affordable housing in. And so it's chicken and the egg. And so I'm glad you're on board. I'm glad you have all this written down. I think it's not impossible. But I do think that those two are really difficult things to manage if we don't have control of them. And so I'm eager for partnerships, and I hope you pull it off. I think that you're spot on about how do we fix this this issue of having so many single occupancy vehicles move into an area that is growing. All the communities aren't finished growing yet, and we can't penalize them for not being finished yet, but we need to work with them. So thanks for your presentation. I thought it was good, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do.
Commissioner Brackey, you're next.
Great, we're kind of like all queued up here and interconnected conversation. So again, excellent presentation, and really appreciate you and others going out all across the state to look at these firsthand. And I know there's a lot of pride in all of the projects and the work that's gone into it and a story behind each one in terms of how it came to life. So thank you for the work. And I definitely echo the part about partnerships. I also think it's an interesting time with the recent census data that's come out, and we look at the amount of growth that's happening in our communities across the state. And I see these types of projects that are going in, and they really are creating a more inviting downtown or inviting areas of the community, which then helps maybe in a positive way, create that chicken and egg because they create an environment where people want to be. And then the market does want to create housing there or jobs or other types of mixed use development. So I think these projects are coming in and maybe many of them are more of a retrofit currently, but I think they'll actually help spur some new infill and redevelopment in the downtowns, which I think will just amplify that economic vitality cycle and help perpetuate this and hopefully be contagious in other communities as well. So I think there's a retrofit piece that's fantastic. And then it's also a way to help manage and incentivize growth in areas that can be more walkable, bikeable, and then hopefully create that market for transit. And then it begs that other question around how do we partner to create the transit to go with it? But that's it's like a 2-beer conversation.
Commissioner Adams, do you have some comment?
Well, first of all, Nathan, thank you. I enjoyed and appreciate your presentation as well. I guess my question, and I think it's directionally the right way for us all to go, so don't question that at all. I'm curious though, what is the next step for you and for the commission? Are you doing a business case around these, or are you just soliciting proposals that's really the same as Rebecca's sort of revitalizing Main Street? Is that the way we will see this manifest itself over time, or, you know, directionally, what happens next? Is it just the revitalizing Main Street that Rebecca's doing? Or are you doing something in addition to that?
There's also, I think we'll be using the RFPs that are coming out to look at that. So once we get a consultant on board to help think about how can this branch out into some of the other areas we talked about, and then continuing to work with various other partners to try and get funding to go kind of be thought of in a similar direction to have. I think we could be in a situation with the American Rescue Plan, and then who knows what will happen with this federal infrastructure bill with, you know, a chance where things are going in different agencies and you've really got a chance to combine forces to make a big difference. So I think it's still a little bit vague what the next directions are, but we're working on and trying to make it more concrete.
And I'm fine with that. And it leads me to the follow-up part of my question, which is, how big is the team today? How is it currently reflected in the CDOT budget that we're all visiting with? So I just don't understand what is it a 2-person team? Is it a 5-person? Is it $1 million? Is it 2 million? Do we have all that size? And is that part of the business case that we're going to get as well to look at some point?
Great. Oh, do you want to take that one?
Sure. I think I know what you're asking, Commissioner Adams. So, you know, Nathan sits within our planning team, which is a group of about 20 folks who do the statewide plan. And that was a purposeful move on CDOT's part to embed him in the group that works with communities around the state. You know, but you're right. You're seeing a lot of, we're looking at these sort of pilot programs where we started with revitalizing Main Streets. The 2 requests for proposals Nathan mentioned, we're going to look at a study on to what extent urban arterials are sort of creating both a safety and community barrier, particularly within the Denver metro area. I mean, think of the division caused by Federal Boulevard, Colorado Boulevard. So I think we're sort of taking this step by step and seeing what the full scope of the problem is, what the full scope of the financial need is, and distributing these sort of limited dollars as we go. I think we'll have a fuller picture kind of as the months and years unfold. Yeah.
I think you do have to explore this and kind of figure out where we go. And sometimes you have to spend, you know, we can think about it as not a lot of money, but it may be 25 or $30 million in order to find out where you should spend 100 million, right? I get it.
Oh, if we only had all those resources we needed, we'd be just rolling and having more darn fun. Okay, maybe one more question over here, and because we're going to move into, poor Greg always gets left to the end of the day, and he has such a marvelous report. I don't want to hold him off any longer. Okay.
Just
one
a
more.
quick comment more than a question. Great program, great presentation. I appreciate all the work on it. In my day job, I'm going to be applying for one of these grants. So tomorrow I'm going to abstain from the vote. So if you're wondering why I'm abstaining, that's why. Thank
Okay,
you.
and if you'll announce that as we get into that tomorrow, and if you'll be sure. Yeah, we'll make sure that you announce it. Kathy Young will be here and help us with that. So good, and thanks for letting us know. Okay, is anything really pressing? If not, we're going to adjourn this meeting and we're going to go into the Small Business and Diversity Committee. Greg and Emily have put together, if you look in your packet, they have put together an incredible report. They've answered so many questions that have come up in all of our meetings. And so Emily, Greg, and I'm so sorry we leave you to the end of the day like this and the meetings go long, but your report really was great. I really appreciated reading it. It was very well done.
No, thank you, Commissioner. This is an important analysis we do every 3 years. Heading into, you'll see there's a resolution tomorrow seeking the commission's support of our overall annual disadvantaged business enterprise goal. So that's a US DOT program. In preparation for that, we wanted to make sure, especially since we have some newer commissioners, that we gave you a little bit more of a foundational framework about what that program does and what that overall goal is intended to achieve. So we put together a high-level executive summary, and June Arcilla, who does a lot of excellent work on my team, he manages our certification unit. So CDOT has 2 small business programs. We have the Federal Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, and I think some of you that have been on this committee for a little bit longer, you're aware of our Emerging Small Business Program. We just finished up a rulemaking process under the Commission's auspices, actually just a month ago. So a lot of this analysis helps frame why we chased some of those strategic objectives within the ESB program. And today we just want you to have a better understanding of what that resolution is intended to do tomorrow with the overall goal. So I'll turn this over to June Arcilla, and he's just got a few slides and walk you through some of the foundational pieces of this.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Greg, and commissioners, thank you so much for having us here today. So next slide, please. So as Greg mentioned, the DBE program, the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, is a federal program that we administer here at the state level. What the program really is intended to do is to sort of create a level playing field for what Congress has determined to be historically underutilized businesses when it comes to federally assisted contracts. And so these DBEs, or disadvantaged business enterprises, are essentially these businesses that have historically been kept out of these types of contracts. Next slide, please. What we wanted to do here with this slide was really just to contrast for you guys. As Greg mentioned, at CDOT, we have 2 small business programs that we oversee. The Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, which is the federal program. And then we have the Emerging Small Business Program, which is a CDOT specific program that we have. And really the main differences outside of, again, that sort of jurisdiction, DBE being federal, ESB being CDOT specific, is that the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program is a race and gender conscious program, whereas the Emerging Small Business is a race and gender neutral program. And really it only takes into account whether you are a small business. Another big difference between these 2 programs is that the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, right, is to, as I mentioned, intended to level the playing field for businesses that have been historically kept out of federally funded contracting, whereas the Emerging Small Business Program is really intended to facilitate more small business participation on CDOT contracts and facilitate more competition, conceivably lowering the cost to the state for any projects that we may elect. Next slide, please. So again, brief overview of the DBE program. For those of you that are unfamiliar with it, it's a federal program. It's governed by federal regulations. Another nuance to it that you may be aware of is that, or might want to be aware of, is that when it comes to the DBE program, it really depends on what type of funding we're receiving as an agency. So the resolution that you guys are going to be seeing tomorrow and the goal methodology that you'll be approving as a part of that resolution really pertains to our disadvantaged business enterprise goal for our FHWA project specifically. We also have an FTA DBE program that we administer. And then currently, based on the lack of, since we don't meet the threshold, we don't have an FAA DBE program, but if we were to receive more funding in the future, that's something that may happen as well. With the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, as I mentioned, ownership of that firm is a big sort of consideration in assessing whether you can be certified as a DBE. Program recognizes that historically most or many minority-owned, women-owned small businesses have been kept out of federal contracting. And so that is a component of certification eligibility when it comes to being certified as a DBE. There's also social and economic disadvantage considerations. Specifically, you have to be, your personal net worth as an owner of a small business has to fall under a certain threshold, in this case, 1.32 million, in order to be eligible for the DBE program. Also, the services that are being rendered by your small businesses are a consideration as well. The U.S. Small Business Administration has sort of developed certain small business size standards depending on what industry you're working in. And so that's also a consideration in assessing whether you're eligible for the DBE program. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, these are some of the key objectives of the program, right? Creating a level playing field for DBEs, also ensuring non-discrimination on federally assisted contracts. There is also the objective that a DBE program be narrowly tailored, and this goal methodology that we'll be discussing and tied to the resolution you guys will all be considering tomorrow. That is essentially one vehicle, one tool to ensure that our DBE program as recipients of federal funding is narrowly tailored. And then, of course, making sure that only firms that are eligible for the program are really the ones getting in and benefiting from the program. Next slide, please. One thing for you to consider, DBE certification is not a blanket certification. It is when you are certified as a DBE firm, you're certified in certain work areas, and those are sort of signified by these things called NAICS codes, which NAICS stands for the North American Industry Classification System. It's simply a classification system that seeks to kind of lay out the different possible industries a business can participate in as part of the American economy. It's signified by a 6-digit code as well as a sort of a descriptor of a particular service. And so these NAICS codes sort of define and limit the scope of a particular firm's DBE certification. Next slide, please. For those of you who have heard of the DBE program, likely you may have heard of it through sort of a subcontract goal setting context. Oftentimes people associate the DBE program with a given project and a given DBE contract goal associated with that project. And so what we wanted to do is really show you why the goal methodology you guys are going to be looking at tomorrow and considering for approval, that is really sort of the main foundation for why certain contract goals are associated with projects. Individual contract goals are really a means for us to achieve the overall statewide goal that we're trying to meet as an agency, as a recipient of federal funding. And so we wanted to kind of highlight again the importance of that, because whatever our statewide goal is may have an impact on certain contract goals that you see on individual projects. Next slide, please. If we could go ahead and move on to the next slide. So again, this is just sort of a graphic intended to kind of show what the overall DBE goal is really intended to signify. What is this number? This number really just signifies the reasonable number of DBE participation on our FHWA funded contracts based on availability of DBEs, upcoming opportunities for DBEs in the next 3 years, and absent the effects of discrimination factors that have historically kept DBEs out of federally funded contracting. Next slide, please. So the methodology that was included in your memo, I believe it was Appendix A, really goes into kind of a 2-step process. In this graphic right here, it's probably number 2, 3, and 4 is really kind of what you're going to see in that methodology. And the methodology is very prescribed and it follows steps outlined in the federal regulations. Essentially, it requires kind of calculating a base figure, again, based on what are upcoming opportunities for federal FHWA funded contracts with CDOT in the next 3 years, and then kind of comparing that with the availability of DBEs and DBEs that can perform work on those upcoming opportunities. Then once you establish a base figure based on kind of those factors, then taking into account any contextual information, things such as, concurrent projects that are happening at the state level based on, with other agencies, disparity studies that have occurred recently showing kind of availability gaps in participation by minority-owned, women-owned businesses in government contracting, things like that, making adjustments to kind of your base figure. And then sort of that last step that number 4 is outlining, then reaching out to the different stakeholders, DBEs, prime contractors, industry groups, and assessing whether there's any gaps in your analysis, making sure that everything makes sense and is grounded in facts. Because again, the goal methodology has to be narrowly tailored. It has to be grounded in facts, and it can't just be an arbitrary number in order to be legally defensible. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So again, this is sort of that first step in that two-step goal setting process that's prescribed by federal regulation. Again, we look at what is the work that's upcoming with CDOT. Then we take a look at, based on the work that's available, are there DBEs that are going to be available to participate and to do work on those upcoming opportunities, right? And then taking those into account, we also have to consider sort of the relative availability of DBEs relative to the overall market, right? And taking all of that, then we sort of come up with that base figure that I was talking about. And then what we would do next slide, please, is then we want to take into account, again, what are some other considerations that may affect that base figure that came out of that formula that we were talking about. And so here specifically, one thing that resulted in sort of an upward adjustment to our initial base figure with our methodology is a kind of wider availability of consultants when it comes to professional services work with CDOT. One of the ways that we gauge relative availability is we look at DBEs that are available on the directory compared to the overall market, in this case, the state of Colorado. And what we found is, and the way that we did that is through census data, assessing how many, if we're looking at a professional services firm, like an engineering firm, we compare the number of DBE engineering firms to the number of engineering firms throughout the state. What we found actually was that using those numbers, that didn't really portray sort of the true availability of professional services DBEs to work on CDOT opportunities, simply because as many of you know, in order to work as a consultant on a CDOT project, you have to be pre-qualified. When we consulted the list of pre-qualified professional services firms ready to do work on CDOT projects, there was actually greater availability than what the DBE directory, when you compare it to the market at large, suggested. And so kind of based on that consideration, there was an upward adjustment in our base figure data, as you'll see in that methodology. And then you'll see also that we took a look at some other things that were happening. There was a recent statewide disparity study that was done to see, what is the level of participation by minority-owned, women-owned businesses on state contracting, any gaps there. That didn't really factor into our methodology here because the scope of that disparity study was a little bit larger than what we were considering here. Our methodology was really focused on DBE participation on CDOT construction and professional services contracts, whereas that disparity study done by the state really looked at all sorts of state procurement and not just highway construction. Another thing that we looked at, which you don't see here, there was also a statewide disparity study done by the city and county of Denver. But again, that one was too narrow in terms of its scope based on what we were doing here, because that really only looked at opportunities within the Denver metro area. Whereas what we need to consider is sort of statewide activity, FHWA funded contracting activity and availability of DBEs statewide. We also looked at the impact of the pandemic, as well as sort of the influx of state money and state funding that's coming in to support transportation projects within the state. Essentially, based on our analysis there, and this is based on historical kind of performance by DBEs on our contracts, was that, again, just as any other business, these DBEs have the ability to expand or contract and respond to market conditions, just as would any other businesses. And so we felt that, the pandemic, based on the information we have currently, the pandemic and sort of the influx of state money, I think DBEs have the capacity to respond to availability of work. And so we felt that didn't really have any sort of downward or upward sort of push on our initial kind of goal that we've set for ourselves. Next slide, please. So ultimately, what we're saying and what we're going to be proposing and what you'll see in that data is that we are proposing a DBE goal of 11.89% DBE participation in our statewide contracting activity. It's higher than our previous goal for the last 3 years, which was set at 11.55%. Also, as part of our goal setting, and if we could just jump a couple more slides, please. And right there, you can kind of see our DBE goals in the past, as well as our overall participation. You can see that the goals that we've set, which is on the left, sort of the darker purple, compared with actual DBE participation on our contracts on the right, and that lighter purple, you'll see that we've consistently hit our DBE goals, and they've been pretty consistent with, the goals versus the actual participation, which is what we want, other than federal fiscal year 2017, which we did fall short quite a bit or a little bit, but since the last 3 years, we've been hitting it. So you can see that. Next slide, please. Here you'll see kind of the different outreach that we've done in terms of our goal methodology. I mentioned earlier that public stakeholder outreach is really a big part of this goal methodology, and making sure that stakeholders have a say in this goal. And, they've had multiple opportunities to do that. You'll see the different industry groups we've met, the different events that we've held to try and solicit public feedback. Next slide, please. And then sort of this last piece, there's a concept when it comes to DBE goal setting, where under the law, what we're supposed to really do is we're supposed to set to achieve whatever goal we set based on what you might hear as race neutral means. And all that really means is that we want DBEs and small businesses to really be participating on these contracts and getting on these contracts through traditional competitive procurement methods. Right. And so we want to try and maximize that. They're winning bids because they're getting on projects because they're submitting low bids. They're winning bids because they're being judged as, most qualified, and really trying to maximize that involvement. And then whatever we can't meet, whatever aspect of the goal we can't meet through those traditional means, then to resort to contract goals, or what we call sort of race conscious means. Those are interchangeable terms that you may hear. But essentially, when people say race conscious, those are those DBE contract goals that you might hear about. So here, as part of our methodology, you'll see that we're proposing to meet our 11.89% goal, really through 4.33% race neutral means, and then the remaining 7.56 of that goal, hitting it through race conscious or contract goals. Okay. I think that should be it. Wanted to just open the floor up for questions. Oh, Emily did want to talk a little bit about supportive services. Sorry, Emily.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Well, you're fine. Yeah, just wanted to give you guys a sense of when we do have that kind of split between the 7-ish% for contract goals and the 4%-ish for kind of those small business initiatives. That's really sort of the more kind of creative, fun business development stuff that we've been talking about, right? So that's where we come to you with the conversations around ESB, around funding our Connect-a-Dot and our DBE supportive services programs. And so there's some cool things we can do there. There are some constraints that we have with the DBE program, and we kind of have to administer it the way obviously it was intended to be administered. And we have some more flexibility with some of these two programs. And so the idea ultimately would be that we build out such robust
small business initiatives, that then we're actually able to flip that percentage so that we're doing more support, just holistically and less mandated participation that way. So that's really kind of the goal of both the Emerging Small Business Program as well as the Connect to Dot program, is to start to fill that space and to try to kind of not eliminate the need for DBE goals, but really try to be more holistic in our approach to small business participation.
Yes.
What measures are being taken to ensure that the procurement code is reflective of these goals? Or what is being done differently to make sure that we can get there?
Yeah, definitely. So in terms of hitting our goals, as I mentioned, a big part of that and what we try to maximize is through our supportive services program, these things that Emily's talking about, of making sure that, one, small businesses are aware of opportunities, two, they know how to actually partake in and try to get in on these projects, knowing the process, navigating all of that. And then what we have to do as well is we really have to track our DBE participation. As we get federal funding and as we put these into projects and as these projects are going, we have to actually report on, well, what work is going to DBEs, right? And so what we do then, if we're not able to meet a certain aspect of our goal based on some of these things that Emily's talking about, support, business development for our DBEs, then contract goals are a big part, a big tool that we use based on, just like we do with this overall statewide methodology, we look at each contract as well, and we assess and evaluate whether it's appropriate to set a DBE goal on a given contract. We take a look at opportunities that are available on that contract. We take a look at any availability of DBEs to potentially participate on that contract. And of course, we ensure that there's FHWA funding associated with that contract in order to trigger the DBE requirements. And then that's the big tool that we have. And there's a procedure in place where essentially as a condition of, or in order to get awarded a particular contract with a DBE goal, any low apparent bidder or whoever is in position to get that contract awarded, they have to make sure that they've secured enough DBE participation on that contract in order to meet the goal, or else make good faith efforts to do so. Really try to do everything they can to get DBEs participating on that contract.
Thank you. And I guess the other thing I want to mention is that the state disparity study, while it may not necessarily be included as part of the formula that you'll use, one of the things that it did point out was that there is not a level playing field for minority and women-owned businesses in the Colorado construction and construction-related services. And so while that doesn't necessarily play a role, I think it's something important to keep in mind to make sure that we are taking the measures needed so that we can actually create economic opportunities for all. So thank you.
I think if I could just jump into, I think a big thing about some of this stuff is the color of money that it's referring to. And so one of the big things, when you ask about procurement documents and things like that, this stuff is embedded into our construction specifications as well as our professional services contract languages, all that kind of stuff. Where we get a little sideways, exactly to your point, is with our state procurement units, right? Where we're talking a little bit of different kind of competitive processes and different types of accountability and compliance related processes. And so the information is already in that contractual language. It's really just a question of how can we tailor each color of money and each small business opportunity that comes with that particular color of money and leverage the information that's out there in order to make it as impactful as possible. So we definitely considered the disparity study, super involved in it the whole time. It's just a little bit not quite what we were looking to measure for this one.
And that makes sense. It is just a big opportunity that we have in front of us.
Mhm.
So, when we have 8% of the state dollars going, and I know it's a different animal, right? But it's that the opportunity is there. So
yeah,
thank you all for the work that you've done. I would actually loved it. I read everything. And so, thank you all for the work.
Well, first of all, I'm a member of COMPTO. And so, I go to the COMPTO meetings and I talk to the people in COMPTO, and I actually talk to a lot of people who've done business with CDOT before. And I know, Jeff, you said how we paid people in the earlier part of the conversation when we were talking about how bills get paid. there are plenty of people out there who would love to do more business with CDOT, but there are difficulties as they perceive them. And some of the reactions that I get when I mention CDOT to people, you would be really troubled by the response from people. I don't want to do business with CDOT. I'm never going to do business with CDOT. Things that you would not like to think that people feel. Now, I think we have to, first of all, I should tell you, this is excellent work. You know, the analysis you've done, the approach you've done, I figure it's $50 million you're saying we should be shooting for above and beyond what we're currently doing. So I totally applaud what you've done and what you put together. So there's no question in my mind about that. I do think we need to be thinking about, as a commission, if we really care about this, other kinds of things that people in our community need to have in order for them to compete for our business. Because I do think that there are qualified, competent companies that could do things in the transportation and the maintenance side who would love to do it. I think there certainly are lots of opportunities with the consultancies to do things, as your data clearly indicates. But I think it's all about working capital, and it's about getting paid, and it's about some of the earlier requirements. I'm not talking about the federal requirements, because those you're locked into. Can't do much about those because they're their rules. But I think honestly, we should be bothered with a 4.83 race neutral emerging small business goal is too low, in my opinion. It should be higher than that. We have enough small business, emerging small business in our community that a 5% goal is just, to me, it should be unacceptable. Because we're growing too fast. There are too many businesses in our community that are, and I'm not, it's all race neutral if I follow it. We just have more opportunity for these smaller businesses in our community all over the state for it to be more than 5%. That's just my view of it.
Okay, I think I'm going to adjourn for today. I think we've had a very long day, and it's been such a productive day, and I really appreciate everybody being here. At our breakfast in the morning, for you new members, we will have a sheet where you can, and we'll talk about the committees that are available. And so we'll have that sheet in the morning so that you can all look at it and sign up for the committees that you would like to serve on. And so we'll talk about that in the morning. And we'll see you all shortly. And thank you very much for a very long, very, very informative day. Thank you.